Introduction. Zen means action with awareness, being completely in the present moment. The qualities that accompany the Zen experience include expansive vision, effortless focus, a feeling of equanimity and timelessness, abundant confidence, and complete freedom from anxiety or doubt. This is exactly the way tennis champions describe the zone. Bill Scanlon, my co-author, was known for playing in the zone against the top players of his day, and reached the pinnacle when he played the only golden set, winning every point in all 6 games, in the history of men's professional tournament play. In Zen Golf Mastering the Mental Game, I presented timeless principles that apply across all types of performance. But there are critical differences between golf and tennis that shape the lessons in Zen tennis, playing in the zone. Golf is a proactive sport in which the athlete initiates every action. The ball just sits there. Tennis is essentially reactive, returning your opponent's shots and even reacting to your own toss of the ball when you serve. In golf, you compete against the course, each person playing his or her own ball and comparing scores afterward. Tennis is a direct competition against your opponents, 1 point at a time, hitting the ball back and forth until one side can't return it. The recognition of the common and unique elements of each sport inspired many conversations with Bill. It became clear that his personal experiences as a champion of tennis through his ability to access the zone was the ideal complement to my work as a sports psychologist using the insights of the Zen tradition. No matter how sophisticated their techniques, no matter how good their conditioning, if tennis players don't know how to work with their minds on the courts, they encounter mental obstacles that keep them from realizing their potential. Performance anxiety, emotional reactions, and distractions can interfere with their abilities. Overcoming such obstacles is the key to breaking through to the winner's circle. The stories and lessons in Zen tennis are about activating confidence, freeing you from fear and doubt, and playing in the zone. Many books and articles on sports psychology will tell you, stay in the present, keep focused, clear your mind, don't get down on yourself. What makes Zen tennis special is that it teaches you how to do those things, with time-tested mindful awareness techniques and on-the-court exercises. You'll learn how to work with thoughts and emotions, change unhelpful habits, and unleash your full potential. Zen tennis will introduce you to a unique perspective that brings together techniques of modern psychology, the ancient teachings of Eastern traditions, and Bill's experiences in the crucible of upper-echelon professional tennis. Rather than an instruction manual that takes you through a systematic program like a cookbook, it is a collection of brief chapters offering just the right-sized nuggets of wisdom to be used in whatever order you need. The chapters are organized in themes, but you don't need to listen to them one after another. Just go straight to the topic that intrigues you and explore from there. In the prologue, you'll hear the amazing story of Bill's golden set, the pinnacle of success during a tennis match. It's the ultimate story of an athlete getting out of his own way and playing in the zone to get the absolute most out of his abilities. The opening section of Zen tennis, the zone, introduces a new perspective, what it means to play in the zone and what gets in the way of being in the zone more often. The second section, the mind, explains the way your mind works in relation to action. You'll learn the importance of mental fitness and how to work with the aspects of mind that hold the keys to peak performance. The match, the third section of Zen tennis, gives you the tools you'll need to prepare for your match and know how to deal with all the challenges players face from the opening serve to match point. This will allow you to stay cool, calm, and collected, with positive focus and trust. The next section, the path of improvement, provides the keys to practice that help you develop your mental skills so that you can get to the top of your game and stay there. You'll learn techniques for being more present and aware, and be introduced to the ninja system for changing the habits that are holding you back from playing your best. The concluding section, The Game of Life, looks at the ways in which the game of tennis offers opportunities to manifest the hallmarks of character and confidence throughout life. Most tennis players face two opponents in every match, the one across the net and the one between their ears. In Zen tennis, you'll learn ways to make your mind an ally instead of an enemy. You'll be able to stay focused, avoid mental mistakes, reduce frustration, increase consistency, and win more matches. Zen tennis will help you transform your approach to the game so that you can consistently be free to perform to the best of your ability whenever you step on the court, empowering you toward the ultimate tennis experience, playing in the zone.
This is Bill. I was very excited when Dr. Joe Parent, author of the best-selling Zen Golf, Mastering the Mental Game, asked me to collaborate with him to write Zen Tennis, Playing in the Zone. I'm fortunate to have enjoyed a 13-year professional career on the ATP World Tour and reached a top world ranking of number 9. But it might have never happened. As a very highly ranked junior tennis player, I was recruited by Trinity University in San Antonio, Texas, on a tennis scholarship. Unfortunately, my game had plateaued by the middle of my sophomore year, and I found myself near the bottom of my team. My expectations for a future in professional tennis were dropping fast, but the direction of my career path changed with one meeting. Bill Stanley was a good club player, but not at the level of having a national ranking. As far as I knew, he had no professional tennis coaching credentials at all. We rarely spent time together on a tennis court, but Bill taught me about the mental aspect of the sport, including goal setting, positive thinking, and professionalism. Most importantly, he gave me techniques for getting out of my own way, getting the most out of my abilities, and getting into the zone. Within a few months of our meeting and putting his teachings to work, I became the number 1 player on the team and went on to win the NCAA Singles Championship that year. I left college after that sophomore year to turn pro, and within 8 months I achieved an ATP World Ranking of number 23. During my years as a professional, I developed my ability to play in the zone more and more consistently. I logged 18 wins over players ranked number 1 in the world, including John McEnroe, Bjorn Borg, Andre Agassi, Boris Becker, Ilie Nastase, Ivan Lendl, Stan Smith, and Mats Wilander. In addition, I achieved more than 100 victories over players in the top 10 of the ATP rankings. On one special day, I was able to get so completely in the zone that I became the first tennis professional to record a perfect set. When I met and got to know Dr. Parent, I realized that the way he taught and the language he uses in his classic book, Zen Golf, offer a simple yet powerful approach that helps athletes in any sport to get into the zone. I've been impressed by how much his methods have helped me to get out of my own way and get the most out of my abilities on the golf course. We talked about how much of what he teaches applies to tennis as well as golf. So we decided to collaborate on a book to share some of my experiences along with his approach for the benefit of tennis players of all levels. Zen Tennis will open the door for listeners like you to have the experience of playing in the zone and getting everything you possibly can out of your game, both in performance and in enjoyment. In Zen Tennis, you'll learn what the zone is and how to access it on a regular basis. You'll find out what the mental game is about and learn the methods I used to maximize my performance and regularly beat the best players in the world. We'll share with you the best ways to get ready for your matches and play your best time after time. Proper practice was a key to my success, and you'll learn how to make the most of your practice sessions. Finally, I've always felt that tennis was a metaphor for life. As I reflect on my professional tennis career, I believe that my willingness to learn new information was my most valuable attribute. I hope that you'll share that willingness and make use of the ideas we present in Zen Tennis, both on and off the court.
Prologue. Bill's Golden Set.
This is Bill. I played the Ultimate Zen Tennis set on February 22, 1983, at Lavers Resort in Delray Beach, Florida. On that day, I won the golden set, the only perfect set in the history of men's professional tennis tournaments, against the 37th ranked player in the world. The score was 6-love. I'd won 24 straight points played without losing a single one. That means I returned every single shot without making a mistake. I held my serve 3 times in a row at love and broke my opponent's serve 3 times in a row at love. How was this possible? Obviously, I couldn't have played at the top tier of professional tennis without the years of hard work I put into learning and practicing all the skills and shots that I needed. But what happened that day was more about my state of mind than about any particular shots that I played. It was all about being in the zone. The convergence of events that opened the door to the zone for me that day had begun 2 months earlier. My sponsor, Wilson Sporting Goods, was pressuring me to switch from my old wooden rackets, which were soon to be discontinued, to the new graphite rackets they were promoting. I spent the entire 6 weeks of the off-season practicing only with these new rackets. This was the minimum amount of time I felt it would take for me to feel confident with the transition. On the morning of the season-opening tournament, I had the opportunity to warm up with Rod Laver, one of the all-time greats and my boyhood idol. I was nervous both because it was Rod Laver and because I was about to play my first match with the new racket. As we practiced, I got visibly more and more uncomfortable because my shots were very inconsistent. While taking a break, Rod tried to make me feel better by saying that he was often nervous before a match. That didn't help. There was no way I was going on the court for my first match of the year with that racket. In a panic, I rushed back to my hotel to retrieve my old wooden rackets. Even though I hadn't touched them for over a month, I felt that this was the only way I had a chance in the match. When I got back to the court, there wasn't any time to practice with my old rackets. I just sat quietly and did my pre-match visualization and relaxation routines. When the match started, given all that had just happened, my game could have gone to pieces. Instead, I found myself in the zone. From the very first serve, I was totally focused on the job at hand, the fundamental movements and the feel for hitting each shot. I was only concerned about putting each serve into play and returning each ball that came over the net. I won the match 6-2, 6-love. I was so absorbed in my process and execution that I had no thoughts about the score as we played. As we shook hands at the end of the match, the umpire said to me, "Mr. Scanlon, do you know that you played your last set without losing a point?" I answered, "Yes, I know, I won every game." "No, not just every game, every point. You won that second set without losing a single point." I had been so completely in the zone that I didn't realize, even after it was over, that I hadn't lost a point. I had played a set of perfect tennis without knowing it. I made history on that day. The event was recorded in the Guinness Book of World Records, something that had never been done before, or since, in a men's professional tennis tournament.
What Bill accomplished that day is a perfect demonstration of the power of the mental game. With rackets he hadn't touched in weeks and no time to warm up, he had no expectations about the outcome of the match. That shifted his focus in a way that opened up the zone. He didn't have the typical player's preoccupation with results. He wasn't thinking about hitting winners or worried about making unforced errors. He wasn't concerned about the score of the game, the set, or the match. Instead, he moved into a heightened state of mindful focus and awareness, mindful of his body position and movements, focused on the ball and his opponent, and aware of the space in which it was all happening. His mind and body were completely synchronized. He had a picture of where he wanted the ball to go and the shot that would send it there, trusting his body to produce his intention. There was no self-consciousness about how to swing the racket, only focus on the fundamental movements and feel for hitting each shot. Because he had no expectations, there was no anxiety or fear about the result of the match. Bill was free to deliver his peak performance, pure Zen tennis. He was so absorbed in the process of playing that he didn't even realize what he had accomplished, a golden set. He got the absolute most out of his talent because he had gotten out of his own way and into the zone.
Part 1. The Zone. Playing in the zone.
The zone is that magical state of being in which you have sharp focus and panoramic vision, a deep sense of ease and confidence, and absolute freedom from fear. When you're in the zone, it feels like you can see everything. Your vision is like a wide-angle lens that takes in the whole scene and magnifies all the details within it. Everything appears to be moving in slow motion, so you feel like there's plenty of time to react to whatever is happening. Sometimes it even seems like you know what's coming before it happens. When you're in the zone, you have full self-awareness but with no self-consciousness, no thoughts of past or future, no concern with how you appear to others in the present. There is no worry about eventual outcomes, you're just in the flow of the moment. It's as if you aren't separate from what you're experiencing. You're part of the whole field of activity.
The question I am asked most frequently about my golden set is, what did it feel like while it was happening, while you were playing in the zone? The experience I had of being in the zone that day is hard to put into words, because while I was playing it, it didn't feel like any big deal. Although I talk about what it felt like, I didn't think about being in the zone during the match. These are reflections after the fact. While I was in it, I wasn't the least bit self-conscious about being in it. It felt that nothing was blocking my ability to perform at the highest level. The zone was not some place that I had found. It was more like it found me. It was not like being someone other than myself, but being fully myself. The skills that I had worked so hard to develop were suddenly showing through exactly as I'd always imagined them. I felt free to go ahead and play as if everything I did would work perfectly. I can recall many feelings that were present that day. Naturally, I was relaxed and calm. Everything seemed to flow effortlessly. I was not trying to concentrate, yet I was naturally focused and present. It seemed that I was allowing the shots to happen all by themselves without any conscious effort on my part, and certainly no thought of mechanics or technique. I was letting it happen rather than making it happen. Everything seemed very simple. I had a clarity of purpose without much mental chatter. I saw things very clearly, so much so that it was as if I knew where my opponent was heading and where I would hit it before it happened. It was like a script for a play already written, and I was just acting out my part. In addition to the clarity of vision, there was an extended sense of time. It wasn't like we were moving in slow motion, but there was a feeling that there was no need to rush to get to the ball and produce the shot I intended. There was plenty of time to fulfill the way I saw the point playing itself out. I never felt hurried, almost as if I could sense where I needed to be in advance. At times, I felt that I was watching myself play from a place outside my own body, like I was watching myself from above and slightly behind. I could see what I was going to do before I did it. My experiences of the zone never involved being in a trance-like state, or in any way oblivious to my surroundings. On the contrary, many of these matches involved me being acutely aware of the conditions and events, including friends who were sitting in the stands. Once I carried on a very ordinary conversation with a friend throughout most of the match that may have actually helped me stay relaxed and positive. On the many days when I played in the zone, it almost felt meditative, free of distractions, and I was totally focused on the task at hand. And of course, everything I did worked. Always in the zone. Playing tennis in the zone means expressing your abilities with total freedom from doubt and self-consciousness. You feel at ease and focused at the same time. It's a natural sense of focus, not in any way trying to concentrate, but already being present without any distraction. It can happen even in the midst of intense competition. It doesn't mean you'll hit every shot perfectly, but a missed shot here or there won't diminish your confidence. How do you get there? Certainty and calm can't be attained by trying to feel that way. They are not things you can manufacture. You don't have to add any mystical notion of the zone on top of your instincts and actions. You just need to undo the interference and unleash the talent that's already there. The zone arises naturally when you trust the skills you've trained and aren't worried about how things will turn out. You can't crank up that kind of clarity, composure, and confidence by thinking about it or talking yourself into it. Yet you can invite those feelings by laying the groundwork, creating the atmosphere that allows you to open yourself to being in the zone. It starts with training that requires some conscious intention to groove the most efficient habits for the strokes you need to make. However, consciously thinking about technique is something that should only be done in practice while you're learning. When you take your game onto the court, you need to trust yourself to make the best strokes you can. Self-consciously thinking about how to swing your racket while you're swinging gets in the way more than it helps. Trusting your swing doesn't mean that you'll make a great backhand or serve every time. It means you'll let your body do its best to reproduce the balance and rhythm you've trained in practice. Fill your mind with images of the shots you want to hit, and your body will swing the racket without self-consciously thinking about how to do it. This is when you'll find yourself playing in the zone.
What Bill achieves is akin to the satori, or glimpse of enlightenment, described in the Zen tradition. The great master Suzuki Roshi said in his classic text, Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind, that before enlightenment, one thinks it is something special, but in the experience of it, it is nothing special. Although you may not realize that you're in the zone, if you do realize it and start thinking about it, you'll likely lose it. During the golden set, the thought didn't occur to Bill that I've won 5 games in a row without losing a point. He didn't think, wow, I'm really in the zone. If he'd had thoughts like those, the spell would probably have been broken. As Bill described, when you're in the zone, it often feels like you're an observer watching your body perform incredible feats. Sometimes it has a quality of déjà vu, as if your actions are just fulfilling your role in a performance that has already been completed. You're so at one with the moment that you may not even recognize you're in the zone when you're there, and afterward you may not remember many details of what happened. There isn't a better example than Bill winning the golden set and the umpire having to tell him what he'd done. He had no idea that he'd won every point. Most of what is written about finding the zone only includes recognizing what it's like or what prevents you from being there. There's a reason no one can tell you how to find the zone. It isn't something you can find. It isn't something that's missing. It isn't something separate from you. You can't find it because you never lost it. Not only is each and every one of us always in the zone, it is in fact our innate state of being. It is our natural state of mind, continuously present behind the scenes in everything we do. The reason we don't experience it all the time is because we cover it up with mistaken attitudes and habits that send us in the wrong direction. Things like fear of making a mistake, concern with what others think of us, and overthinking about technique all interfere with the free expression of our talents and abilities. Accomplished athletes in every sport have had at least some moments of experiencing the zone. When they aren't there, all too often they try to recreate it. But trying to reproduce it prevents it from reappearing. Trying to possess it gets in the way of experiencing it. That's why good players who are struggling often have the intuition that they could be playing great tennis if they could just get out of their own way. When you get out of your own way, when you let your abilities naturally unfold, that is when you feel like you're in the zone. Like the sun hidden behind the clouds, the zone is merely obscured by interference, not eliminated by it. When the clouds part, the sun doesn't have to try to shine, its rays are always available, as long as there are no clouds blocking them. In the same way, Your experience of the zone doesn't have to be manufactured. The feeling of ease and confidence is your natural state that emerges whenever the clouds of confusion and negativity are cleared. The fact that you are always in the zone is the cornerstone of Zen tennis. Good as gold. A young girl had a clay statue, a family heirloom. She'd always wished that it were bright, shiny gold instead of plain brown clay. Once she was old enough to earn some money doing small jobs, she saved what she earned until she could afford her special project. She took the statue to a jewelry store to have it covered with gold. Now it looked just the way she wanted it to, and people admired it. She felt very proud that she had a gold statue. However, the gold plating didn't stick to the clay very well, and it wasn't long before it began to flake off in spots. So she had it gold-plated again. Now she found herself using all her time to earn money for maintaining the gold facade of her statue. One day her grandparents returned from a journey of many years. The young girl wanted to show them how she had made the clay statue into a gold one. However, clay was showing through in many spots, so she was somewhat embarrassed. Her grandmother smiled and held the statue lovingly. She moistened her handkerchief and gently rubbed a spot where the clay shone through. Many years ago, the statue must have fallen in the mud and become covered with it. As a very young child, you wouldn't have known the difference. You thought it was just a clay statue. But look here. She showed her granddaughter the place where the clay was removed, and a bright yellow color shone through. "See what's underneath the clay?" she said. "You never needed to put gold on to cover the clay. All you had to do was gently remove the clay and reveal the solid gold statue you've possessed all along." This is my favorite Zen story and conveys the most important principle of the tradition, the belief that human beings by nature are basically good. I was fortunate to study with a great meditation teacher, Chogyam Trungpa, who said, "This is not a matter of talking yourself into believing that everything is okay. You are genuine and good just as you are." Everyone has the capacity to appreciate the simple joy of being alive. It may be the delight in a spectacular sunset, a delicious bite of your favorite food, or the smile of a loved one. In tennis, you can feel it the moment after your free-flowing serve sends the ball rocketing toward the corner of the service box, just where you aimed it. This attitude is one of richness and completeness. It is the feeling that in our basic makeup, nothing is faulty, nothing is lacking. Believing in your own basic goodness helps you to put everything that happens in the proper perspective. The outcome of a game, set, or match need not determine how you feel about yourself as a person. The perspective of richness is not all that common. Most people feel they need to constantly prove themselves and improve themselves. Like a gold statue that's been covered in clay, our experiences of fear and self-doubt have accumulated, obscuring the feeling of basic goodness. We think that the only cure for our feelings of inadequacy is to gold-plate ourselves into something better. We think we need to be something different than we are in order to become what we want to be. When you transform your poverty mentality into a richness mentality, having a bad day won't undermine your trust in your abilities. The perspective of basic goodness allows you to create the ground for discovering unconditional confidence. This is the most important attitude for playing in the zone. Over the years, Bill developed great confidence in his abilities. He recognized that his skills and talent were always there, even if some of his shots were off. He understood that it wasn't that he'd forgotten how to hit a tennis ball, it was that something got in the way of his optimum performance. In many of his tournaments, Bill found himself in challenging situations. Instead of doubting himself, he trusted that the skills he'd developed through years of training were always available to him. He believed he would find a way to overcome any obstacle he encountered. He approached these times with the attitude that his job was to solve the problem, not reinvent his strokes. He knew the gold was there. He just had to remove the clay and let his talent shine through. It's very fitting and ironic that Bill won his golden set on a clay court. The mental game of champions. Confidence is an attitude that makes the seemingly unworkable workable. This doesn't mean that all of a sudden everything is going to go our way. But it does mean that we can appreciate life even when things don't go our way. We have the resources to live in the challenge. That is the expression of courage. Venerable Chögyam Trungpa in Shambhala, The Sacred Path of the Warrior. What sets champions apart from the also-rans is confidence. This is not a temporary conditional confidence that appears only when they are playing well. Champions believe in themselves and their abilities regardless of the circumstances. Their confidence is unconditional. Unconditional confidence means that you believe in your tennis ability even if you've hit a number of poor shots. You see good shots as a confirmation of your fundamental ability. You regard poor shots as flukes, the result of something getting in the way. The same principle applies to your whole game. You have the choice of seeing yourself as a good player who has hit some poor shots, or as a poor player who gets lucky once in a while. It's up to you. As the great industrialist Henry Ford said, believe you can or believe you can't, either way you're right. Unconditional confidence requires a broad perspective, independent of moment-to-moment results. The wider the perspective you have, the better you can weather the ups and downs within a match, a tournament, or a season. When you're struggling with your game, reflect on the times you've played your best tennis. Understand that you didn't forget how to play the game, you just got off track. Know that you never lose your abilities, they just get covered up, usually by trying too hard and by complicating simple situations. Go back to some basic keys for your strokes, volleys, and serves. Develop some practice habits that focus on consistent performance and positive preparation. Never stop believing in yourself, and you'll find your way back to playing your best.
In my second year on the tour, I suffered a long slump and was frustrated that I couldn't figure out what was going on with my game. I fell into a pattern of constantly adjusting some part of my forehand, my serve, or my backhand. At the tournament in Maui, toward the end of the year, I told my good friend Richard Payton that I felt no confidence whatsoever and asked if he could see what I was doing wrong. He watched me practice for a while, then offered his opinion. By looking for fixes and not trusting my skills, I was getting in my own way. He pointed out that my strokes were good enough to get me into the upper echelon of professional tennis, so I should believe in them. Just use what I'm already good at and quit trying to change it. His advice was just the wake-up call I needed. It freed my mind of the doubt that I'd been carrying for months. As the tournament began, Richard helped me to avoid negative thoughts by suggesting lots of positive ideas that I could say to myself between points. For example, I have great control on my volleys. This guy can't handle my serve. And I play really well in the wind. We called these our positive vibes. By the time I played John McEnroe in the semifinals, I was so full of confidence that nothing could stop me. Over a long 3-set match, I just kept repeating a string of affirmations until I finally won. The next day, I went on to win the finals in a lopsided 6-2, 6-love match. As happened the day of the golden set, I didn't learn until after the match that I had lost only 2 points in the second set. Over the course of that tournament, I made no changes at all to any of my shots. The only difference between being totally frustrated and winning the title was the change in attitude from doubting my abilities to the confidence I gained from my positive vibes. Perfect tennis. In ancient Japan, an artist was practicing brush painting. A Zen master was visiting the area, so the artist asked him for an opinion of his painting. To be honest with you, it's rather mediocre. The artist took another piece of paper and made his brush strokes more carefully. What about that one? He asked. Sorry, but it's not even as good as the first one. The artist tried again and again, being more and more careful to make sure he performed his brush strokes perfectly. To his dismay, the master told him he was just getting worse. The master said, "Excuse me, I need to step out for a bit of fresh air." When he had gone outside, the artist was delighted to have the chance to do a drawing without the master looking over his shoulder. As he made his last stroke, the master came in and said, "Perfection."
Your tennis techniques are perfect. Perfect for you, for today, that is. They are the result of whatever lessons, practice, and experience you've had, combined with your physical capabilities to perform today. Your perfect serve and perfect ground strokes are the best ones you can make today. Approach each match with the belief that, in the absence of interference, you will consistently play your best. Remember that you are naturally capable of performing at your optimum level. If you get all you can out of your ability today, you've accomplished your own golden set. How good your best is depends on the extent to which you've trained the skills to be performed and developed the stamina and strength to perform them. They all can be improved later through more learning and practice, but at the moment, they are your best. When you get down on yourself after a missed shot, you undermine your confidence. When you criticize your abilities, you can start to get mechanical. Play tennis, not tennis technique. You don't forget your skills from one shot to the next. When you get upset about a ball going long or wide or into the net, as happens to everyone, you may start to guide the ball instead of swinging freely. This is the kind of interference that keeps your perfect tennis from showing up. How do you clear the interference? First, you have to recognize what is getting in the way of playing well. Next, you need to remove the obstacles you are encountering. This doesn't mean reconstructing your stroke. It's far more likely that something about your mental game got in the way. You don't need to learn something new, you just need to unlearn an unhelpful habit. You can change your habit patterns, letting go of self-defeating attitudes and emotional reactivity. Clear the interference, and you'll be able to trust in your abilities again. Then you can play the tennis that's perfect for you. When you get out of your own way, you'll get the most out of your game, and nothing will be in the way of playing in the zone.
I played over 600 singles matches as a touring professional, and there's no way that I played my best tennis in all of them. Some days my serve would be working well, but my forehand was weak. Other days I played well at the net, but my passing shots let me down. Part of getting the most out of your tennis experience is to learn to get the most out of your game each time you play. This is particularly true when playing doubles. Over the course of a match, it is common for one partner to struggle and for the other to pick up the slack. These are the times when it is important to maintain a positive, encouraging attitude. Rather than sulk or berate your partner, you'll get far better results by simply adjusting your strategy to adapt to the way each of you are playing today. There is never only one way to win a match. If your normal strengths aren't working, figure out a backup plan that will accomplish your goal to win today's match against today's opponents. Fearless tennis. Once there was a young samurai who told his Zen master that he was overcome with fear, even in practice combat. The master told him he had to do battle with fear itself. The student didn't want to, protesting that he didn't know how, and he would be even more scared. But the master instead told him, "The secret for you to defeat fear is getting fear to reveal its secret to you." Then he gave instructions on how to begin and what to say. The next day, the student entered the arena the master had arranged. He stood on one side, and fear stood on the other. The young samurai felt very small, and fear appeared very big and wrathful. Remembering the instructions from his master, the student roused himself. He walked toward fear, bowed deeply 3 times, and said, "May I have permission to battle you?" Fear said, "Thank you for having so much respect that you ask my permission." Then the young samurai inquired, "What is the secret to defeating you?" Fear replied, "My weapons are to get very close to your face and talk loud and fast. Then you get completely unnerved and you do whatever I say." The secret to defeating me is that if you don't do what I tell you, I have no power. You should have respect for me, and it is all right to hear what I have to say. You may even believe me, but if you don't do what I tell you to do, I have no power." The samurai said, "Thank you. Now I understand." They bowed to each other, and the battle was over.
When you're playing in the zone, when you're expressing your unconditional confidence, there is a quality of fearlessness. If you start to worry about making a mistake or fear that you won't be able to keep playing well, you'll lose connection with the zone. We usually think of hope and fear as opposites. However, if we look carefully, we can see that they are two sides of the same coin. Fear is the expression of not wanting pain after poor results. Hope is the expression of wanting happiness from good results. However much you have of one, in its shadow, there will be some amount of the other. If you are afraid of double faulting, behind that is the hope that you'll get your second serve in. If you hope you'll be able to return your opponent's first serve, behind that is the fear that you won't. The more hopeful you are of winning a game, set, or match, the greater the fear of disappointment that you'll lose. You may not be aware of the hope lingering in the background of fear, or fear hidden behind your hope. If you look carefully at any experience, you'll see that it is true. If there were no hope, there would be nothing to fear falling short of. If there were no fear, there would be no need to hope for the best. All everyday concerns can be categorized into 4 combinations of hope and fear. We hope for pleasure and fear pain. We hope for gain and fear loss. We hope for praise and fear criticism. We hope to be liked and fear ill will. As a match goes on and each point becomes more critical to the outcome, hope and fear appear more intensely. Each experience of one gives rise to a slightly stronger feeling of the other. They flicker back and forth that way until they reach a crescendo of anxiety that can short-circuit clear thinking, take you out of your routine, and create tension in your grip and stroke. Hope and fear have caused you to get in your own way. For many people, making a presentation at work creates the same kind of anxiety. The emotional energy invested in the hope of doing a good job and fear of an embarrassing performance can make you feel exhausted and undermine your ability to prepare properly. The antidote is to step out of the cycle in which hope and fear reinforce each other. You can't deny your fears and make believe they don't exist. Rather than trying to get rid of fear, you can learn to go beyond it. That is true fearlessness. The first step in overcoming fear is to recognize unproductive patterns of thought and emotion. You'll get some insight into how much you attach your feelings about yourself to the results of a tennis match. That kind of insight changes your experience of the situation, enabling you to rely on your unconditional confidence. You can see that the best chance for success comes from good preparation and trust in your abilities. Worry about the outcome is counterproductive. If you win, that's great. If you lose, you have received an opportunity to learn and improve. With a better perspective on the situation, the intensity of hope and fear will subside. When fearlessness takes you beyond fear, you can accept the possibilities of both good and bad results without taking them as measures of your self-worth. Then you can trust your abilities and reconnect with the zone.
Every tennis shot involves countless minor adjustments during the swing. It is simply not possible for the thinking mind to do all of that work effectively. Conscious effort is used at great length and with much repetition in championship tennis to train our technique to be able to produce the incredible variety of shots we need to play at a high level of proficiency. The more consistent our stroke, the better we can make those myriad subtle adjustments to ball speed and position shot after shot. Each year as we arrived in England to prepare for Wimbledon, there was a tendency on the part of players to get cautious and self-conscious, overthinking the physical execution of shots because, for the most part, grass courts are uneven, lumpy, and produce inconsistent bad bounces. Only after many hours of practice are we able to relax and trust our ability to adjust as needed. Center court at Wimbledon, however, is like no other grass court in the world. It is only used for 2 weeks each year. Long before the tournament, it is carefully maintained and prepared for each year's event. The turf is very firm and smooth, so there are almost no bad bounces. On opening day, I faced the recent French Open finalist in my first match ever on center court. During the first set, I played well enough to win 7-6, but more importantly, I noticed that I need not fear bad bounces on this court and didn't have to guard against them. I began to let my strokes flow naturally, rather than worrying about adjusting to the bounces. I was able to just picture my shots and really go for my targets fearlessly. It felt so good to be free of micromanaging my strokes that I found myself in an amazing zone, during which I felt that almost every shot I hit would be a winner. The experience of being in the zone lasted for the rest of the match, and I won the final 2 sets 6-love, 6-love. By going beyond fear, I played my best tennis ever on the game's most hallowed ground.
Part 2. The Mind. An Empty Cup. A young man had read all the books he could find about Zen. He heard about a great Zen master and requested an appointment with him to ask for teachings. When they were seated, the young man proceeded to tell the master everything he had understood from his reading, saying that Zen is about this and Zen is about that, on and on. After some time, the master suggested that they have tea. He performed the traditional tea ceremony while the student sat at attention, bowing when served, saying nothing. The master began to pour tea into the student's cup. He poured until it was full and kept pouring. The tea ran over the edge of the cup and onto the table. The master kept pouring as the tea ran off the table and onto the floor. Finally, the student couldn't contain himself any longer. He shouted, "Stop! Stop pouring! The cup is full! No more will go in!" The master stopped pouring and said, "Just like this cup, your mind is full of your own opinions and preconceptions. How can you learn anything unless you first empty your cup?" You may have read or listened to other books about playing tennis and taken lessons from one or more teaching pros. What we're asking you to do in listening to Zen tennis is to set any of your previous approaches aside for the time being, to empty your cup and be open to what you're hearing as if you've never heard anything before. Having a mind like an empty cup doesn't mean going blank and losing your critical intelligence. It means being open to what's being taught and withholding judgment until you've explored it for yourself. Do your best to understand the lesson and then work on it long enough to be certain whether or not it's right for you. The great Zen teacher Suzuki Roshi said, "In the beginner's mind there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind there are few." Beginner's mind means being an empty cup. If your mind is open and inquisitive, you'll be receptive to every lesson, ready and eager to learn. Whether you work at improving your tennis or any other sport, at first your experience is fresh and exciting. At the beginning you're exploring new territory. But after a while, the instructional relationship can get stale. You may think you know all you need and lose your motivation to learn more. Your cup starts to fill up, and there is no room for new ideas. Jack Nicklaus, thought by many to be the greatest golfer ever, started each season by going to his coach and saying, "Take me through the fundamentals as if I've never played golf before." That's beginner's mind. Bjorn Borg was one of the greatest tennis champions of all time, yet he never tired of practice. In fact, he delighted in it. That's because he believed there was always more to learn. He always had beginner's mind. Mental fitness. A young man had begged for a long time to become a student of a famous swordmaster in Japan. The young man was put off time and again being told that someone as impatient as he for results would not learn very quickly. When he was finally accepted, he thought he would be given a sword and his training in technique would begin right away. To his disappointment, the master gave him only a wooden-handled broom and assigned him to the humble task of sweeping all the flagstone paths that wound this way and that around the whole compound. When he finished, he was to start again and continue sweeping all day, every day. Every now and then the master would jump out of hiding from behind a bush or from around the corner of a building and surprise the student, smacking him on the back or leg with the flat of his sword. At first the student would be caught unaware and end up with a painful welt. The young man became more and more vigilant and began to sense the attacks coming and fend them off with his wooden broomstick. Eventually, no matter how suddenly the master lunged, he couldn't catch the student off guard. No matter where the blow came from, the student was ready with a defense. In this way, he was trained without knowing it, and eventually became the greatest swordsman in the land.
Our bodies are capable of performing a variety of physical skills, but not necessarily at a fitness level for championship tennis. In the same way, we all possess the capabilities for a variety of mental game skills, such as awareness, concentration, and discipline. Just as we have to strengthen the appropriate physical muscles to play our best, we also have to strengthen our mental muscles. With the right training, we can develop our mental faculties so that they are sharper and work at maximum efficiency and capacity. To improve our mental fitness, first we need to know what we have to work with, what our resources are. Our minds possess many qualities that are equivalent to the physical abilities of a world-class tennis professional. A top pro has strength, discipline, and body control. Our minds can be strong, disciplined, and under control in managing the thoughts and emotions that arise in the course of a tennis match. Other physical capabilities of a great tennis player include quickness, agility, balance, resilience, and stamina. In the same way, it's important to have the mental speed and agility to adapt to changing game conditions, the mental balance to maintain your poise in the face of adversity, and the resilience and stamina to stay mentally fresh through the ups and downs of a long match.
Once you've observed your strengths and weaknesses, you can train your mind to enhance your level of mastery. Just as a physical fitness training program for tennis starts with finding our baseline levels, training the mind begins with an honest self-assessment of our level of functioning. To do such an assessment, you need to observe your own state of mind in a non-judgmental way, moment to moment. The methods you'll use to observe and train your mind are presented in the section The Path of Improvement. To be thoroughly trained does not mean perfection. It means that we are sufficiently in tune with our state of mind to recognize the quality of what we are experiencing. For a skilled athlete, the very feeling of losing his balance initiates the movement that brings him back into balance. In the same way, when we stray into unhelpful patterns of thinking or emotional reactivity, if our mind is well trained, it will bring us back to the present moment with sharp focus.
Here are 2 drills I've used over the years that will help you improve your mental fitness. Backboard for quickness. In his autobiography, Open, Andre Agassi describes a turbocharged ball machine engineered by his father. The machine was designed to deliver balls to young Andre at very high speeds in order to improve his quickness in reacting to and returning shots. As a result of this training, Andre was known for having the best service return in the game, partly due to his unusually fast reaction to high-speed serves. I didn't have a high-power ball machine, but hitting against a backboard throughout my career served the same purpose. The backboard returns the ball to you in half the time you normally have on a tennis court because it cuts the distance the ball travels by half. That helped me train and maintain my quickness in responding to an opponent's power strokes and serves. And every shot I got to and returned gave me another chance to win the point. 2 balls for focus and agility. you and your practice partner stand on your respective baselines and each start a ball for rallying at the same time. This requires a rapid-fire shift of focus and a lightning-speed reaction, as one ball is coming almost immediately after you send the other ball back. After rallying this way for a while, you'll feel like regular tennis happens in slow motion with plenty of time to get to any shot.
You must be present to win. The words "you must be present to win" are often printed on a raffle ticket, but they have a deeper meaning here. To play your best tennis, your mind and body need to be synchronized. The body is always in the present, so your mental fitness has to include the practice of bringing your attention back to the present when it wanders into thoughts of the past or future. Being mentally fit means that body and mind are synchronized in the here and now. Mental fitness begins with one-pointed attention. You sharpen your ability to stay focused on what you are doing. This is a drawing in of the mind, concentrating to the exclusion of distraction. It's common for tennis players to encounter some interference when getting ready to serve from either external or internal distractions. Great athletes have said that when they were at their best, they were so focused that a gun could have gone off nearby and they wouldn't even have noticed.
Although that's true for some champions, I experience concentration a little differently. During the many occasions when I was at my best, it's not that a gun could have gone off and I wouldn't have noticed. The gun could have gone off and I would have noticed it, but not be affected by it. I'm not in a trance, I'm fully aware, but I'm not being affected negatively by anything.
In the Zen tradition, this one-pointed attention is called mindfulness because your mind is full of the experience of the present moment, undistracted and unmoved by anything. It is sometimes referred to as bare attention or just noticing. It means you experience each moment without adding anything to it mentally, simply noticing what appears in your mind without judging, categorizing, or commenting on it. Mindfulness is being precisely focused on and fully present with what your body and mind are doing, whether you are sitting still or performing an activity. Mindfulness takes place in the atmosphere of awareness, within which your thoughts and perceptions come and go, moment by moment. Combining precision and perspective, you can be mindfully aware of your world and yourself, constantly present and responsive to whatever arises. Detailed instructions on practicing mindful awareness are presented in Part 4 in the chapter Training the Mind. Mindful awareness includes noticing when you're off in a daydream and when you've returned to wakefulness. You can have some perspective on your situation, a big mind approach. If your mind is wandering in distraction, you aren't bringing your full attention and abilities to the match. That's why you must be present to win. If we're always in the present, how do we learn from the past or plan for the future? The proper understanding is that within the context of mindful awareness, it's fine to think about something in the past or the future. The key is to be aware that what you are doing is reflecting or planning, but that you're doing so within the present moment. In other words, you can have thoughts of the past or future while understanding that they are just thoughts. You are aware of them, but aren't letting your attention be swept away by them. You are not your thoughts. The Zen master instructed one of his students to rest in mindful awareness, and to regard the quality of her mind to be like the sky and like the ocean. She practiced for some time and then returned. She said, "I practiced as you said, but got disturbed by clouds of thoughts hiding the sky of my mind, and waves of thoughts covering the ocean of my mind." He replied, "See that the clouds of thoughts are just coming and going across your sky-like mind. See that the waves of thoughts are just rising and falling on the surface of your ocean-like mind. The clouds come and go without affecting the nature of the sky. The waves rise and fall without affecting the nature of the ocean." Have you ever said to yourself,
I know I've got game. Why am I always getting in my own way? Most often, what's in the way are your own thoughts. Thoughts about mechanics, about the matches you've lost before, about how good your opponent is, about whether you'll win or lose the match you're playing, and so on. Even if you're playing well, you might have the thought, I wonder how long I can keep it up before I screw it up. If you start to believe that kind of thought, you give it power. That invites fear and tension. These inhibit your movements and produce errant shots. That, in turn, makes you believe the thought even more. Fearful thoughts can become so powerful that you lose all trust in your abilities and your game goes down the drain.
Usually it feels like our thoughts completely fill our minds, so that our thoughts and our minds are one and the same. It's as if a continuous stream of mental conversation is going on. Whatever we think, we take it to be real and true, since it is our own voice speaking. When a feeling emerges, it instantly gives rise to a thought, and without hesitation, you act on it. Your thoughts seem to be in control of you, not the other way around. You get captured by your thoughts in the same way you get wrapped up in a movie. At first you know that you're watching a movie. But when you get fascinated by the images, characters, and plot, you get drawn into it and react as if it's real. It doesn't have to be that way. When you remember that you are an observer rather than a participant in the movie, your experience of it changes immediately. You can recognize that you have thoughts, but you are not your thoughts. Thoughts arise in your mind, but they are not your mind. By observing your feelings and the thoughts that accompany them, you'll notice a gap in the momentum of the sequence of feeling to thought to action. That gives you the leverage to choose how to respond rather than automatically react. You can be aware of feelings or thoughts as they arise without being compelled to act them out. They have power only to the extent that you give them power. In Zen, mind and awareness are regarded as one and the same. The mind of awareness is open and spacious, the container of your experience. Like a mirror, it does not have any particular color or content of its own, but reflects whatever appears. Thoughts, perceptions, and feelings are simply appearances in your mirror-like mind. None of these are your mind, they are the contents of your mind. When you identify with awareness itself instead of appearances, you can see each thought or feeling come and go, arising and dissolving. It is as if they are birds flying across the sky of your mind, leaving no trace. Exercise. Here's something to try that will give you a taste of the freedom that comes from not identifying with your thoughts. To begin, sit upright with good posture on a chair or cushion in a quiet place. Leave your eyes open and turn your awareness to your breathing. Allow any tension you feel to dissolve more and more with each exhalation. As your mind settles, you'll have clearer, more distinct perceptions of sights, sounds, smells, physical sensations, and thoughts. Simply notice, without commentary, whatever comes to the forefront of your mind as your breath goes in and out. Then generate this thought. I have to get up and walk out of the room in the next 5 seconds. At the same time, plan to stay seated when you get to 5. Count to 5 and don't get up. Just notice the thought being there in your mind, but don't do anything about it. You might feel some anxiety as you near the number 5. If so, that's because you're used to immediately acting on your thoughts. You probably were slightly afraid your thought might control you and you'd get up and walk even if you didn't intend to. But when you didn't get up, you experienced what it means to have a thought without being captured by it. You had enough perspective on your thought to make a choice about whether or not to act on it. Having the power to choose your response rather than react out of habit is an expression of real freedom. Repeat this exercise a few more times, and notice that you feel a little less anxiety each time. You may feel like the thought is fainter, or that it's somewhat separate from you. It's like diving under the waves at the seashore. The waves are still breaking above you, but a few feet below the surface it's calm and quiet. On the tennis court, at a critical point in the match, you may have the thought, don't double fault and hand them the game. Do you really want to serve with that thought in mind? Don't try to suppress or destroy the thought. Just let it be separate from you, quieter or farther away. Focus instead on the feeling of a good serve and the image of your target. Keep thoughts in their place, and they won't get in your way. An angry guy. Once a Zen master was listening to a student complain about his uncontrollable temper. The student said, "I'm a very angry person. Please help me to change." "Sounds like a big problem. Let's see this terrible anger of yours," the master demanded of the student. "I can't show it to you. I'm not angry right now." "Then when can you demonstrate it for me?" the master asked. "I don't know. It takes me by surprise." "This anger must not be your true nature. If it were, your anger would be available for display any time. If it's not there all the time, and you can't even summon it when you want to, obviously you are not an angry person." Emotions are energy-charged thoughts. As we discussed last chapter, you are not your thoughts. Therefore, you are not your emotions either. You may have them, but they needn't define who you are. Believing that our negative emotions and behaviors are permanent parts of ourselves makes them unchangeable obstacles. However, regarding our emotions as the expression of a habit or combination of habits means that there is always the possibility of managing them. For example, to say that something we did was a mistake we often make is not nearly as bad as saying that we're stupid or a loser. The way we describe a person has an impact on how we think of them. If we say, "There is an angry guy," it sounds a lot different than saying, "There is a guy who has a habit of getting angry in lots of situations." To describe someone as an angry guy is to say that anger is an intrinsic part of his makeup. The second description refers to the way he behaves, and that holds the possibility of change. A habit, even a very deep-seated one, can be changed. You'll learn a simple but powerful technique for changing such habits in the Path of Improvement section. If you try to suppress your anger, you just bottle it up. It will find a way to leak out. Letting loose to get it out of your system might feel good for the moment, but that's the racket smasher's mentality. Rather than getting rid of the emotion, you are just reinforcing bad behavior and setting yourself up to lose your temper again and again. If you make an unforced error, it's natural to be upset. If you are angry with yourself, go ahead and feel it, but then make use of it. You can learn from your mistake, but only if you keep your cool. You can't figure anything out when you're bent out of shape. Accept your anger, but drop the storyline about how bad you are that empowers the anger in a negative way. Instead, use the energy of anger for more intensity and focus as you prepare for the next point. This doesn't mean to deny or be numb to your feelings. It is simply changing your relationship to your anger. Don't try to suppress it, but don't act it out. Your anger can give you a positive kickstart, a wake-up call that amps up your energy when you've gotten complacent or discouraged. Random emotion is like a big flashing neon light. It doesn't do anything but draw attention to itself. But if you take the same amount of light and concentrate it in a laser, you can cut through steel. Channel the energy of anger over an unforced error into laser-like focus on the next shot. Nothing to fear but fear itself. Psychologically, fear produces the reaction of trying too hard to maintain control. Your movements become marked by self-consciousness, hesitant and overcautious. Afraid of hitting a bad shot, you try to steer the ball, which always produces an awkward stroke. The ball heads into the net or out of bounds. Fear is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Physically, fear produces extreme reactions. the fight, flight, or freeze syndrome. Blood flows to your big muscles, as if you have to fight off a wolf or run from a bear. You might freeze and stop breathing like a deer in the headlights. Adrenaline is released, so you get speedy and jumpy. Another fear is that you won't measure up to expectations. This might be rooted in perfectionism or what you think others expect of you. Over time, this can damage your self-esteem. However, others generally don't think of you as negatively as you imagine. If you attach your self-worth to the results of a match, then blowing a big lead becomes a very scary proposition. Fear of failure causes heightened tension, and that interferes with your performance. How do you avoid this self-fulfilling prophecy? The answer is pre-acceptance. You need to settle the issue in your mind that you are making a choice with pre-acceptance of all the possible results, good and bad. For example, if you go for a winner, you have to be willing to accept hitting it out as a risk that you're willing to take, against the chance of securing the point. Pre-acceptance is the attitude that you can handle whatever results you encounter. Without that, your disappointment and frustration when things don't go your way will only heighten your fears. Bring your best game and be ready to deal with the results. There will be less interference from fear, and that means a higher percentage of good shots.
I arrived in Dayton, Ohio, to discover that for the very first time, I was the first seed in a pro tournament. While I was initially very proud, as my first round match got underway, I panicked under the expectations that went with that seeding. My opponent was playing well, and I got behind early in the first set. My head was swimming with the fear of embarrassment if I should lose. I was fearful about what people would think, more concerned about appearances than simply doing my job of playing as well as I could. With that state of mind, I continued to play poorly and suffered a very humiliating loss. There are a couple of ways to avoid the negative effects of fear. First, as Doc prescribes, it is very important to pre-accept any result and allow yourself to try your hardest, even knowing that you might lose. The goal of that approach is to reduce the level of fear that you're experiencing. Another trick that might help is to actively move to problem solving. If you're able to focus your attention on one aspect of your match, such as reducing unforced errors or finding his weakness, you may find that you're less concerned with whatever you have been afraid of. Unfortunately, I was not able to overcome my challenges during that match, but the lessons I learned from the loss helped me to deal with my fears more effectively for the rest of my career.
Aspects of mind. What we discover as we look with non-judgmental awareness at the workings of our mind is that it isn't just one mind. The Zen tradition teaches that we have both a thinking mind and an instinctive mind. Traditional Western psychology divides these minds similarly. The thinking mind is referred to as the conscious mind, and the instinctive mind is regarded as the subconscious or unconscious. Particularly important for tennis and other sports are how these minds are involved in decision-making and performing. Decisions can be arrived at in two ways: thoughtful consideration of the situation or instinctive reactions. In thoughtful decision-making, the thinking mind is in the driver's seat. Collecting selected information from perceptions, the thinking mind creates one or more possible choices and gives the muscles their marching orders. In instinctive decision-making, there is little involvement of the thinking mind. Like a physical reflex, movements are immediately engaged by the instinctive mind. It instantly reacts and directs the muscles into action. There is almost no gap between an instinctive decision and the ensuing performance. Thoughtful decisions are necessary for winning tennis. They are how you make the game plans and the strategies you'll employ in a match. At the start of a point, if you see your opponent protecting the wide side of the service box, you might make a conscious decision to serve down the center line. However, in the midst of a rally, returning serve, or even during the ball toss, the thinking mind will create interference. For example, once you've made the thoughtful decision of where to aim your serve, You'll perform your best if you turn over control to the instinctive mind. That will create your optimum performance. Playing in the zone means that you use your thinking mind for strategy, but rely on the instinctive mind for decision-making in action.
Many times one aspect of your mind is functioning at a very high level and another isn't. However, during the times when I played in the zone, all the aspects of my mind were operating at their peak, at the right time and in the right place. The key was turning my performance over to my instinctive mind. When you play competitive tennis, being completely in sync rather than struggling with self-consciousness can translate into huge differences in results. People think that getting into the zone means blocking out thoughts and clearing your mind. It is actually the full expression of all aspects of mind in perfect coordination. Give up control. A snail challenged a centipede to a race. The centipede laughed and said, "How could you possibly get to the finish line before me? I have 100 legs to get me there, and you have none. You just ooze along while I run. Sure, let's race." At the starting line, just before the race began, the snail said to the centipede, "By the way, how do you move all your legs in the right order?" As soon as the centipede thought about how, its legs got all tangled up and it couldn't move at all. The snail won the race. The act of hitting any tennis shot involves countless muscle movements and minor adjustments. From backswing to impact to follow-through, you're responding to the speed of the ball, the bounce, the wind, and the movement of an opponent out of the corner of your eye. There are far too many elements for the thinking mind to keep track of and perform effectively during the execution of any shot.
When we talk about having grooved the stroke or serving motion, it's a more scientifically accurate term than you might imagine. The pathways in your brain that send messages to your muscles have developed a sort of groove, a sequence of neurons along which the signals from your brain travel on the way to your muscles. It's called muscle memory, but your muscles don't have memories. The memory is in your brain circuitry, the well-worn pathways that make an action feel like second nature. The memory is actually in your instinctive mind, allowing you to react without needing to think about how you're moving your muscles. You need to trust your instinctive mind to execute your shots. Any athlete or performing artist relies completely on their instinctive mind when they are playing in the zone.
Every tennis player wants consistency and accuracy, control over the shot. Unfortunately, the thinking mind often jumps into the pilot's seat. Ironically, the more you try to control the shot with your thinking mind, the less control you actually have. For example, steering a shot is the thinking mind trying to control your stroke to be sure the shot turns out well, but the shot ends up being weak and offline. What works more effectively is to give up that conscious thinking type of control.
How can giving up control help you get control? What happens is that you're turning control over to your instinctive mind. That's what enables you to make your best strokes without self-conscious interference. Have you ever seen a waiter in a restaurant carrying a tray full of bowls of soup? They look where they are walking, they don't watch the soup. If they were worried about spilling and thought to themselves, "Watch what you're doing, make sure you don't spill the soup would surely spill. When you're too careful, trying to avoid making a mistake by watching what you're doing, you usually make that very mistake. Give up the control that your thinking mind exerts and let your instinctive mind respond to the image of the shot you intend. You'll be pleasantly surprised at the quality and consistency of your shots.
Your wish is my command. Aladdin was trapped in a cave. He had gone in looking for treasure, but only found an old lamp. Now he couldn't think of a way out. He thought and thought, but nothing came of it. He brushed the dust off the lamp to see if he could open it, and smoke started to rise from the lamp, taking the form of a magical genie. The genie said, "Now that you have released me, your wish is my command." Aladdin said, "Get me out of being trapped in here." and in the blink of an eye he was free. As a junior tennis player, I had always been capable of hitting good shots, but my thinking mind sometimes got in the way, trying to direct my strokes. That made me a very erratic player. When I realized how much better I played when I trusted my abilities, I worked hard to train myself to turn my conscious attention away from stroke mechanics and turn over the responsibility for playing the shots to my instinctive mind. My consistency improved dramatically, and my performance level was very reliable day in and day out. I was giving up control by the thinking mind in order to gain control in a much more effective way. My original mental game coach gave me a very effective image that I used throughout my career to encourage my thinking mind to give up control. I learned to regard my instinctive mind as if it were my own personal genie. I would focus on creating a mental picture of the shot I wanted to hit, including the desired outcome, and then turn over the task to my genie, who would execute it perfectly, to the best of my ability, every time. Between points, I was still very aware of planning strategy and deciding on which shots to hit, but once the point began, I did my best to eliminate all interference from my thinking mind. As I did during the many times I beat players ranked higher than myself, often world number ones, I just gave the image of the shots I wanted to play to my genie, and let my instinctive mind play in the zone.
Self-consciousness about performing almost always makes your performance worse. Thinking about how you hit a tennis shot will interfere with a free and natural stroke. The more you think about how you're swinging the racket, the more mechanical your movements will get. Continuing down that path leads to paralysis from analysis, and your strokes will lack flow and freedom. That's why I tell students, during a point is not a good time to give yourself a lesson. Please don't take this to mean that a beginner could hit a 100-mile-per-hour serve for an ace just by not thinking about it. You need to be capable of hitting the shots you picture. Everyone has the same instinctive mind, a genie like Bill's. To move to a higher level, you have to develop more skills for your genie to use in performing your commands. Train it until you can trust it. Then you can perform what you want to do without telling yourself how to do it. Create an image of the shot you want to play and rely on your instinctive mind to execute that image. It's helpful to have a trigger, a kind of signal for intentionally turning over control to your instinctive mind. For example, before each point, you could mentally say something such as, "It's all yours," or "Okay, take over." That acts as a signal for your thinking mind to let go and allow your instinctive mind to direct your body to play the shots without interference. When you do that, you are getting out of your own way and letting the very best of your talent show up time after time. Into the picture. Clarity is having an image of the shot that you intend, where the ball is going to hit the court and how it's going to get there. This mental image is primarily visualized, but can also include feel and sound. The instinctive mind runs the body best by responding to such images. Much of tennis is reactive, so at the moment of action there isn't time to think before swinging. Like Bill, the best players just react to the image they have created of the target in the split second they have while the ball is on its way to their side of the court. When you establish an intention, a concept produces an image for the body to fulfill. You create a mental image of the shot to your target. The clearer the image is, the more likely that your body will do a good job of producing it. Therefore, any self-conscious thinking or unintended image will negatively affect the chances of a good result. The serve is an initiative action, leaving more time for mistaken thinking. The best results come from reactions to an image of the ideal target, so the best mental preparation for a serve is a clear image of your target spot, not a conceptual thought about how to swing the racket.
One of the more challenging aspects of allowing my instinctive mind to execute my shots, instead of trying to hit with conscious mechanical thinking, was deciding what I should think about while I was hitting a shot. I tried several possibilities, including an intentional focus on the ball or conscious attention to my breathing. What I found particularly effective was to create a picture of the shot that I wanted to hit and then give my genie the job of imitating that picture. Perhaps the reason it was so successful is that a picture is easy to create in that brief instant while the ball is traveling towards you when there's no time for a lot of words or instructions. I still remember the last point of the golden set. We were having a backcourt rally, and he hit a ball that was short on my forehand side. At that instant, I actually saw the whole rest of the point as a single snapshot. You'd think it would be a video, but it wasn't. I saw that I was going to return the shot to his backhand, come to the net, and hit the cross-court forehand volley for a winner. I saw it, and then I acted it out. Game, set, match. Exercise. Create your own collection of greatest hits by taking a little time for reflection after each match. Picture the points or shots you played really well and replay them in your mind several times to root them firmly in your memory. You can include sounds as well, like the zing of the ball coming off the racket strings on a slice backhand, or the pow of a ball rocketing from an overhead smash. The more vivid you make your pictures, the better you'll be at reproducing those great shots when you need them. Don't think of a monkey. The instinctive mind only relates to images or qualities like sights, sounds, or smells. There is no image associated with a purely conceptual word such as don't. When you heard the title of this chapter, Don't Think of a Monkey, the chances are that an image of a monkey from your memory popped into your mind. When your thought is a command that uses the word don't, your mind will create the image of what you are trying to avoid. For example, if you think, don't hit it into the net, you'll picture your ball going into the net. Or your mind may take the word don't as a signal to create an opposite image, and you'll try to produce whatever is the opposite of the thought, so when you think, don't hit it into the net, your mind may direct your body to send the ball as far over the net as you can. That's why you find yourself sailing the ball past the baseline and sometimes over the fence and out of the court. Your mind did a good job of not letting the ball go into the net, but not a good job of landing the shot in bounds. Avoid the don't problem by always using a positive description of your intention. For example, do make your target the spot in the service box that you want to hit with your serve. Then you can nail your serves and win point after point. When you find yourself in the zone, there won't be many don't thoughts. You'll naturally generate positive visualizations of where you want the ball to go. And on most points, that's just where the ball will go.
Not too tight, not too loose. A musician came for instruction from a Zen master in the practice of mindful awareness. He asked, "How should I hold my mind when I practice? Should I try to concentrate hard and keep it under tight control? Or should I relax and let it wander wherever it wants to go?" The master answered the musician with a question. "When you tune your instrument, do you make the strings too tight or too loose?" The musician replied, "Neither too tight nor too loose. I make them just so." The master said, "You should hold your mind in the same way as you tune the strings of your instrument. Not too tight, not too loose. Just so." This story applies to many aspects of tennis. For example, if you grip the racket too tightly, you lose feel and the capability of letting your wrist release properly. If your grip is too loose, you won't be able to make solid contact or put any spin on the shot. As for emotional intensity, if you aren't really into the match, you won't put enough effort or energy into your performance. That is too loose. If you are extremely emotional and care too much about the outcome, you'll be tense and overreactive. That is too tight. The medium level of arousal is just so, the optimum level for performance. Everyone's just so level is a bit different. The musician couldn't describe the tautness his string needed to be in tune, and no one can give you a formula for your ideal amount of arousal and intensity. You have to feel it intuitively for yourself. You won't be able to describe what it is, but you can describe what it is not. It's not too tight and not too loose. Finding the balance between tight and loose is like the fairy tale Goldilocks. She encountered 3 versions of everything. One that was too much, one that was too little, and one that was just right. Find your just right balance and play your best.
As a junior player, I was somewhat mechanical, and several coaches had suggested I should try to swing more smoothly with less tension. But when I tried to relax, it seemed that my shots were always sloppy, and I lost ball control. When I learned to trust my instinctive mind, using the image of turning over control to my genie to execute my tennis shots, one of the things I noticed is that all of my strokes became more relaxed without my trying to relax. Because I had turned my attention away from mechanics, my movements became smoother and more natural without becoming sloppy. And I kept my ball control. I didn't have to think about how smoothly I was swinging. The strokes happened naturally, with just the right amount of tension, not too tight and not too loose. Trusting my instinctive mind helped me to find a balance between what was too intense and what was too careless in most of the best matches I played. I had developed certainty over the years that moving away from mechanics made my movements smoother and I was able to control the ball better. Trust your instincts. One of the greatest experiences for any athlete is to play in the zone. After all of the training, practice, and preparation, there are some days when everything comes together and all the hard work pays off. The game feels effortless and everything just seems to go your way. The day I played my golden set was one such day. One very important component of playing in the zone is to trust your own instincts. From well before the match that day, during my warm-up with Rod Laver, my instincts were telling me to retrieve my old wooden rackets. I trusted my instincts and trusted my ability with those rackets. Once the match started, I found myself in the zone. While it's important to have a game plan and a strategy, once you're in the heat of battle, it's even more important to trust your instincts and stay out of your own way. That's the way you will play your best tennis. If you're a young or inexperienced player, your tennis instincts may not be well developed. Even if that's the case, it's still better to trust those instincts and play your game with the best shots you can summon on that day. With experience, you can train yourself to make better strategic choices, but for today's match, rely on today's instincts. An interesting pattern occurred several times during my golden set. While I was mainly focused on my own shot making, I somehow found myself in perfect position for his returns, having correctly anticipated his shots. I don't believe I was suddenly able to predict the future, but I do think my instincts were as sharp as they could be. That's what happens when you're playing in the zone. Part 3. The match. Your pre-match routine. Zen tennis is about maintaining an attitude and committing to a routine, allowing your mind to be free of the interference of worrying about outcomes. By focusing on the process of stroking shots without attachment to final results, you connect with the unconditional confidence out of which certainty arises. Practicing in this way, your confidence and trust will increase. The more you develop trust in yourself, unconditional confidence in your ability, and let your instincts take over, the more often that feeling of certainty will come to you. That's playing in the zone. It is exactly the joyful way that children play, and a wonderful way for everyone to play tennis. In the middle of my sophomore year at Trinity University, I was very frustrated that I wasn't winning more matches. I sought out help from my first mental game coach, Bill Stanley. At our initial meeting, he asked me a pivotal question. If you have a good day, is there any player on your team that you just can't beat? The answer was easy. Of course I could beat any of the players on the team if I had a good day. then it hit me. I didn't need to become a better tennis player. I only needed to have good days more often. Taking a new perspective provided an immediate boost to my confidence. It also changed the way I approached the game. I had never before had a pre-match routine, but I developed a very consistent one, designed to put me in the best state of mind going into every match. The routine consisted of 3 parts. First, before leaving home, I listened to a specific program of music as I performed a 15-minute warm-up of stretching and small movement exercises. I followed that with rehearsal swings, with my racket, of serves, forehands, backhands, volleys, and overheads. Even without actually hitting any balls, I was able to get the feel of all my shots. The second part of my routine was to arrive at the courts 30 minutes prior to the match. There were times when this was difficult because we were a traveling team, but just having the intent was helpful in getting me focused on the upcoming competition. The third part of the routine, done immediately before taking the court, was a short stretching sequence. It only lasted about 4 minutes since I was already warmed up. Its purpose was actually to signal my mind that we were ready to get into action. Once my routine was the same every time I played, I wasn't on an emotional roller coaster from match to match. I was still playing the same shots, but my consistency improved, and that meant I had many more good days. Over the next 6 months, I rose to number 1 on my team, and at season's end, I won the NCAA Singles Championship.
Here is a mental game routine that you can use the night before a match as preparation for optimum performance the next day. First, sit in a quiet place and take a few minutes to get grounded. Deep, rhythmic breathing is an excellent method for this. Imagine that, as each breath goes out, your energy moves down in your body, from your head through your torso and into your core. Then feel your weight sink into the chair. Don't try to hold yourself up. Let the chair support you, like you are falling into it. It's the same feeling as being in a swimming pool and letting all the air out of your lungs. You slowly sink to the bottom and settle there. It's very quiet. Your breathing will become slower and softer as you are more settled and relaxed. Then close your eyes and imagine you are on the court. Picture yourself hitting balls in the warm-up, playing different ground strokes at different angles. Think that you are returning volleys and overheads and hitting lobs and passing shots. Then imagine yourself practicing serves to both service boxes, down the line and to the wide side. Now you're ready to play the match in your mind. Imagine serving and playing out 4 points, hitting a variety of winners. Picture returning serves for 4 points. Again, play a variety of winners. Play 6 games this way in your mind, and you've won a golden set. To prepare for pressure situations, you can mentally practice playing tiebreakers, imagining yourself winning 7 points, alternating 2-point serving and 2 points returning serves. You can mentally create a situation where you are facing break points, set points, or are behind in the tiebreaker. Be mindful of your stamina. These exercises take mental energy, and you should only continue as long as you feel fresh and awake. If you need to, take a break every now and again. Open your eyes, stand up, and stretch. You can try this in bed to end the evening, but you are not likely to last many games before you fall asleep. Bill told me that most nights on tour he fell asleep counting winners instead of sheep. This is something you can do in your work life as well. If you have a presentation to make or a meeting to run, go through the same process. Sit quietly and get clear and settled. Then imagine yourself going through the activity for which you are preparing with good execution and successful outcomes. Quiet time. To give your cow a large, spacious meadow is the way to control him. The same works for yourself as well. If you try to calm your mind, you will be unable to. The true purpose is to see things as they are and to let everything go as it goes. This is to put everything under control in its widest sense. Shunryu Suzuki Roshi in Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind. Athletes who want to clear their minds often become frustrated because they don't seem to be able to stop their thoughts. This is based on a common misconception about presence and clarity of mind. They think the goal is to be able to make your mind go blank. Unless you're unconscious, that doesn't happen. Your mind will always be full of perceptions and thoughts, and often those thoughts will be distracting. The paradox is that trying to push those thoughts away only makes them more distracting. If you stir a glass full of muddy water, the water will stay muddy. But if you remove the spoon, with a little patience, the dirt will settle to the bottom by itself and the water will become clear. Similarly, struggling with your thoughts just keeps them stirred up. Instead, let them come and go, and eventually your mind will become settled and clear.
The ability to control your own mind, to have strong concentration and mental discipline, is extremely important in tennis. But what we usually think of as control doesn't really work. Early in my career, I tried to forcefully control my thoughts, but found that the harder I tried to exercise control, the more stressed I became. Something happened at Wimbledon one year that sent me in a different direction. That summer, there were many long rain delays. Feeling a need to keep my focus, I found a quiet room in a remote corner of the grounds where I could be alone while waiting for play to resume. At the beginning of these sessions, my mind would jump from one subject to another, but because there were no distractions, my wandering mind gradually settled down and I became more and more relaxed. Then I was able to keep my attention on thoughts of the upcoming match. When play resumed, I felt comfortable and easily moved into the zone. This same pattern was repeated for several days in a row, and I won my match every one of those rainy days. From that experience, I realized that the most important part of my pre-match routine, what allowed me to have my best state of mind for the competition, was to develop relaxed attentiveness. I didn't realize it at the time, but I was intuitively practicing the mindfulness that Doc teaches. I was finding my moment of Zen. Another tournament at which I made good use of quiet time was the Hall of Fame Championships in Newport, Rhode Island. An interesting aspect of this tournament was that there were no grass practice courts available due to the rainy weather. For an entire week, my only preparation for matches was physical stretching and loosening up exercises, along with mental visualizations and a relaxation routine that I described in the last chapter. Playing with a peaceful, confident state of mind, I won the tournament. Exercise. Set up your own quiet time for visualization and relaxation. Select positive images from your collection of greatest hits that we described in the chapter, Hit into the Picture. Use the grounding technique and mindful awareness practices from the chapter, Training the Mind, as the basis of your relaxation routine. Nervous butterflies. Of course I get the butterflies before I go on stage. The trick is to be sure to get them to fly in formation. Helen Hayes, renowned actress. My most nervous moment came at Wimbledon. I took the court to play world number 1 Jimmy Connors, just 2 years into my pro career. It was my first time reaching the quarterfinals of a Grand Slam tournament, and I'd never been that nervous before. During the warm-up, I was actually afraid that I might whiff, make a swing, and miss the ball completely. I spent the full 5 minutes of our warm-up imagining the reaction of a standing-room-only crowd laughing as the ball went by untouched. Fortunately, I remembered the importance of positive self-talk. I took a moment to sit at the umpire's chair and remind myself that my performance is up to me, and I am the only one controlling my thoughts and therefore my actions. That enabled me to settle down and focus on the match. I won 3 games in the first set, and then got on a hot streak and won the second set 6-4, and was leading 5-3 and serving to win the third set. Unfortunately, I got ahead of myself with thoughts of winning that set and going on to win the match, and the zone I was in slipped away. He leveled the score and won the tiebreaker. I kept fighting, but he took the fourth set 6-4. I ended up losing, but I had delivered some of the best tennis of my young career, nearly knocking off the heavily favored Connors. I learned from that experience that I could transform nervous butterflies into great tennis. In the years that followed, I felt those very same emotions many times, but I could always look back and associate them with the feeling of playing great in a pressure-packed environment. In fact, I used the memory of that match to help me get into the zone and defeat John McEnroe on center court in a similar situation at the U.S. Open 4 years later.
It's natural to experience waves of emotions through the course of a tournament, a match, a game, or even a single point. If you can handle your nerves, you'll have much more success. To do so depends on perspective. When you're in a big match, you'll have the feeling of nervous butterflies. Taking that feeling as a bad sign will undermine your confidence. If you try to suppress it, that will be a distraction. Fighting your nerves can be a drain on your energy. As I like to say, most tennis players face two opponents in every match, the one across the net and the one between their ears. Make your mind an ally instead of an enemy. Don't try to chase the butterflies away. Learn to get them to fly in formation. First, recognize that you are feeling that way because you're in a position to win the tournament. If you weren't playing well, you'd have nothing to be nervous about. Even the greatest champions have felt nervous in Grand Slam finals. But they use the energy as inspiration. They are excited when they have that feeling because it only happens when they are playing well enough to have a chance to win the big one. If you can take nervousness as a good sign instead of a bad omen, it will make a world of difference in your performance.
Remember to breathe. I had been playing tennis for more than 10 years before I realized the importance of breathing while executing a tennis shot. I'd been taught proper techniques about backswing and follow-through, footwork and weight transfer and shoulder rotation for power, among many others, but no teacher ever mentioned anything about breathing. A tennis stroke is best hit in a very relaxed state with a stroke that is uninterrupted by any jolt at the moment of impact. I discovered that I had a tendency to hold my breath or even grunt during my shots, which caused an undesired jerk just as I was hitting the ball. This was negatively affecting my ball control. I found that when I would exhale slowly and smoothly during my entire swing, the moment of impact was unaffected and my ball control improved dramatically.
Stress makes your body tense and makes your mind race. You experience everything around you as moving too fast. Nervous tension makes you slower getting to shots, and you feel like you're constantly playing catch-up. You might panic, like a deer in the headlights. The remedy is as simple as remembering to breathe. Tension and deep breathing are incompatible. If you're tense, you won't be breathing deeply. If you breathe deeply, tension starts to dissolve. So if you are feeling anxious and the match is spiraling out of control, take a few moments for a few full, slow breaths to settle yourself down. There's another benefit to deep breathing. You get more oxygen into your blood, and that means more oxygen to your brain. Breathing deeper will help clear your mind. Whenever you step into position to serve or return, take a full breath and exhale slowly and evenly. As the breath flows out, imagine tension and anxiety flowing out with it. You'll naturally feel more grounded and settled, and find it easier to stay focused on your target and swing with better rhythm and flow. Exercise. Many people don't understand what it means to take a full, deep breath. They pull up their shoulders to try to fill their lungs, but that just takes air into the top of the lungs. It doesn't make you feel more grounded. It can even make you feel more uptight. Please note that if you have any respiratory difficulties, you should not attempt any breathing techniques without consulting a health professional. Here's how to experience a true full breath. Stand or sit in a good upright posture. Slowly breathe in, mainly through your nose, feeling as if the air is pouring down the back of your throat and filling your entire torso. Don't hold your breath. Make a smooth transition to exhaling gently and evenly. Be aware of your lower torso expanding and contracting with each inhalation and exhalation, not needing to lift your shoulders. After becoming familiar and comfortable with this technique, you can bring it to the tennis court to help you get grounded and composed between points. And if you practice this style of breathing until it becomes second nature, anytime you feel tension or hesitation, you'll have the remedy at your fingertips.
Play today's match today. There was a time when I played in the zone and beat world number 1 Bjorn Borg 7-5, 3-6, 7-5 in the quarterfinals of a tournament in Tokyo. The next day I faced a journeyman player in the semis. I felt enormous pressure to repeat the previous day's great form and failed to stay focused on the task at hand. By continually trying to replay yesterday's match, I struggled to get into the flow of my game, and things went from bad to worse. I was thinking more about the past than the present, and lost a match I could easily have won. There were other times I failed to play today's match today because I got ahead of myself. I was facing a much lower-ranked opponent and taking victory for granted because I was eagerly anticipating the next round against a top player. That can happen during the match as well. As I mentioned earlier, I had a chance to go up 2-1 against Jimmy Connors at Wimbledon, but I got ahead of myself with thoughts of a big upset that would get me to the semifinals, let him back in the match, and lost in 4 sets. You can't replay yesterday's match or pre-play tomorrow's match. What you can do is put everything you have into playing today's match today.
Can you send your body into the past or the future? Of course not. Your body is in the present and only in the present. Unfortunately, we spend most of our time replaying what already happened or worrying about what's going to happen next. Pay attention to your mental habits. Each time you find yourself dwelling on the past or anticipating the future, mentally say, "Get back to here and now." Then tune in to what you're experiencing in the present moment.
Build your confidence. Aggression may overcome the unskilled general, cloud his judgment, and draw him into destruction and loss. The skilled general patiently awaits the moment at which he can seize the advantage. An army that rushes to the fight, hoping for a quick victory, assumes the ground of defeat. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. One of the best things that you can do to help yourself play well is to begin the match with shots that are well within your ability. I call it playing at 75%. On the occasions when I played my best tennis, including the day I won the golden set, I started out playing shots that were very safe. On that particular day, it was even more important to start that way. I needed to get a feel for the racket. Also, clay was not my favorite surface, so I wasn't tempted to force any shots. I chose shots that were very safe and was very focused on getting the ball across the net and into the court. The plan was simply to return every shot until they didn't come back. I didn't intentionally shift out of that mode at any point in time during the match. I just found myself playing that way in the zone. By giving yourself a lot of margin for error and playing safer shots, you will be successful early in the match and build your confidence. There's nothing worse than going for a lot of winners right at the start and missing them. In the back of your mind, you'll start to think, "Oh no, I'm having a bad day." When that happens, you will spend far too much effort worrying about regaining your form. My preference is to play safer shots in the beginning to build confidence and keep reinforcing the feeling that, yes, today I am playing well. This feels good. Another benefit to this strategy is that you may discover that you don't even need to increase the power or difficulty of your shots. Many times I found that my opponent was having a bad day of his own, and I never needed to play harder than 75% to win the match. In one match I faced a player who was ranked higher than me, but I felt I had an edge. My shots were more powerful than his. I planned on using that advantage to play aggressive shots right from the beginning. Unfortunately, that strategy wasn't working. I was missing too many easy shots, unsure of when and where to go for a winner. I switched to a new unconventional tactic in response. Hit every shot back to the same target, regardless of the situation. I picked a safe spot to play to, about 6 feet inside the sideline and about 6 feet inside the baseline, and tried to hit that spot with an ordinary stroke on every shot. This flew in the face of everything I knew about winning strategy, but I had to find a way to stop missing. Now there were no decisions to make, only the simple task of hitting each shot at the same target. The result was amazing. Within minutes, I'd regained all of my ball control and my confidence. Now firmly in the zone, I began to feel that I couldn't miss, and I was free to hit as hard as I wanted to. Even though he knew where each shot was going, I was still able to overpower him. Because I was willing to play within myself to build my confidence, I was able to get out of my own way and allow my best abilities to come through. I turned the match around and got another win over a top 10 opponent.
All too often, players try to overpower their opponents or go for kill shots right from the start. The results are usually the opposite of what they desire. Even if they're lucky enough to win a few points, the successful shots are usually outweighed by unforced errors. Players who try to hit every shot as hard as they possibly can are usually the victims of ego. They think that the speed of their serve is the measure of how good they are. But that's not the point of tennis. Accuracy and consistency are much more important for winning matches. Like Bill, many top players swing at only 75% of their maximum power on most shots, especially at the start of a match. It's called playing within yourself, and the purpose is to make a consistent swing that produces solid impact. When you play a low-pressure shot, it's more likely that you'll make a smooth, rhythmic swing, and that's the way you'll produce your best tennis.
Serenity now. Give us the serenity to accept what cannot be changed, the courage to change what can be changed, and the wisdom to know the one from the other. From a longer poem by Reinhold Niebuhr. Before I was introduced to this serenity prayer, I had a difficult time with my temper if I was having a bad day. The prayer helped me to understand a simple concept. My level of play today is how good I am today, and none of my complaining will change that one bit today. Instead of wasting energy on complaining, take note of what can be improved by practice or lessons, and get to work at the first opportunity. To my surprise, I received a bonus from adopting this attitude. Being more accepting let me relax and put less pressure on myself to play at a higher level. More often than not, I would immediately begin to get more out of my play because of my improved state of mind. At a tournament in Salisbury, Maryland, I served especially well all week. In the round-robin format, I had already beaten 4 top 10 ranked players, but the morning of the finals I woke up with a bad neck spasm. I could barely turn my head or lift my arm. After an hour with the trainer, I got my forehand and backhand working okay, but I could barely serve at all. I had no intention of forfeiting, but had to make a new plan, accepting the fact that I was playing without the benefit of my best weapon that week, my serve. Since my serve had no power, all I could do was get the ball in play. Even though my opponent started attacking every serve, I relied on my ability to return and never gave up. Instead of feeling sorry for myself about what I couldn't do, I got the most out of what I could do and won the match in 5 sets, claiming the $100,000 first prize.
Bill's story brings to mind the old adage, "Dance with the one that brought you." Don't try to get more out of your game than you've got that day. If you can't get your fastest first serve in, get comfortable hitting some with less speed until you find your rhythm. If you're not painting the lines, choose less aggressive targets. Whatever game you've got is the one that brought you to the dance today, so that's the best one to dance with. Getting angry or down on yourself about missing shots only makes matters worse. It starts a negative spiral of forced shots and frustration. Instead, take a few breaths and take a fresh start. Pretend you're in your first game. You can play safer shots to give yourself more margin for error until you rebuild your confidence. You just might turn things around and start to feel that it isn't such a bad day after all. Not afraid to make a mistake. If there's something you can do about the situation, there's no need for worrying. If there's nothing you can do about the situation, there's no point in worrying. Zen proverb. Perfectionism can inspire athletes to work really hard, endlessly polishing and refining their skills. Unfortunately, overdoing practice can be like overdosing on medicine, hoping to get better faster. What they don't realize is that they are seeking to achieve the unachievable. Perfectionists tend to take themselves far more seriously than is good for them and for everyone else. Taking oneself too seriously can also be an expression of attachment to one's self-image. It betrays an underlying lack of confidence, a feeling that anything short of perfect means not living up to expectations. They need to be seen in the best light by others in order to feel valid. They are constantly worried about how well they will perform and are often fearful of making a mistake. If you're afraid to make a mistake, you'll produce a tentative, guided stroke with next to no power. If you're not afraid to make a mistake, you won't hold back. The more desperately you need things to come out a certain way, and the more worried you are that they won't, the more you'll struggle. Trust your process to produce the results you intend, and good results are more likely to appear. There's a big difference between confident aspiration and unconfident desperation. Your attitude has a lot to do with how well you execute a challenging shot. Do you see it as an opportunity to showcase your abilities or as an unwanted possibility for failure? One approach inspires excitement. The other rouses a feeling of dread. Great players look for opportunities. When the game is on the line, they want the chance to hit a winner. They are not afraid to take the risk of making a mistake if they have the chance to take the trophy.
Isn't a lost point punishment enough? As a highly ranked junior and college player, I struggled with my temper. My coach observed that my flare-ups only occurred when I was losing a match or in trouble, not when I was comfortably ahead. If I was leading, my focus was on the overriding goal of winning the match, and occasional mistakes wouldn't interrupt my flow. We reasoned that maybe these negative reactions were not the direct result of mistakes or lost points. They were a consequence of my fear of losing. I realized that I didn't need to control my temper. If I was behind in the score, I needed only to stay focused on winning the next few games, with an image in my mind of evening things up or getting ahead. By doing this, my attitude immediately became more positive. I channeled the energy into intense focus and determination, and my emotions became an ally in conquering my opponent.
It's hard to get over making a mistake, despite the fact that we know unforced errors are a part of tennis. Unless you play a golden set, of course. I use the following two-part exercise in my corporate retreats to illustrate this point. First, I ask everyone to imagine that a good friend has made a mistake at work. Then I ask them to use their friend's name as they say the sentence, for example, "That's okay, Sam. Everybody makes mistakes." I ask them to imagine that they are all saying it to their friends in actual situations, trying to be as encouraging as possible. I ask them to do it a second time, tuning in to their level of enthusiasm and how it feels as they say it. Most people feel good about giving encouragement and support to a friend. Then we do part 2 of the exercise. I ask them to repeat the sentence they just said, but this time insert their own name rather than their friend's. When they say the sentence in this way, they do so much more quietly. Some have strained expressions, some laugh nervously, and some say that their chests or throats feel tight. That's because most everyone finds it much easier to forgive and encourage a friend than to be accepting and positive toward themselves after making a mistake. People tend to give themselves a really hard time and have a really hard time giving themselves a break. If you're playing poorly, try not to add insult to injury with negative self-talk. Treat yourself like you'd treat your best friend, with positive comments of encouragement. If you make an unforced error, isn't a lost point punishment enough? This is doubly important in doubles. Getting down on yourself can bring your partner's energy down as well. Criticizing your partner for a poor shot will only make him or her more uptight and less willing to go for winners. Watch your language. When you talk to yourself, out loud or silently, you also hear yourself. What you say to yourself naturally has the most powerful impact on your state of mind, because no one else is a more credible source of information about you. Calling yourself negative names is one of the least helpful things you can do. If someone insults you, it hurts. It's worse to hear an insult coming from the person who knows you best, yourself. It affects you even if you think you're just saying those things in a joking way. You subconsciously start believing that you actually have those negative qualities or lack of ability, and that undermines your confidence. If someone described a person walking onto the tennis court by saying, "That guy is terrible at tennis," what kind of serve would you expect from him? Not a very good one. In the same way, if you've been saying something negative about your game, what kind of play are you going to expect from yourself? From that negative expectation, fear of bad results arises. You tense up, and you make protecting, guiding, defensive strokes that produce exactly what you expected: poor play. Your opinion is confirmed. You proclaim your self-criticism for all to hear, and you dig yourself deeper into the cycle of negativity. Not a lot of fun. Another example of unhelpful self-talk is make sure. Make sure you get that serve in. Make sure you hit your ground strokes correctly. Make sure you place your volley just right. Giving yourself an instruction to make sure introduces self-consciousness and a try-hard mentality. It's like you're looking over your own shoulder, which can give you a real pain in the neck. That self-consciousness interferes with your serves and ground strokes, not to mention how exhausting it is to play shot after shot with the tension and pressure of making sure not to make a mistake. Trust in your process and let yourself play the shots you practiced without burdening yourself with the baggage of making sure. Another unhelpful phrase in your self-talk vocabulary is "I should." Saying that to yourself brings with it feelings of judgment and negativity. I should have returned that serve better. I should have hit a better passing shot. I should have won that point. Each of those comments adds to the burdens of remorse and worry that interfere with your process and drain your energy. Anytime you use should in reference to a future result, it carries with it an implied threat of punishment, an add-on to the thought that starts with or else. I should win this set, or else I'll feel like I stink at tennis. Instead of should, try using the word could. When you substitute could for should, you are not denying your intention with regard to what happened or will happen, but you are focusing on the positive possibilities instead of the negative consequences. Exercise. Compare the different feelings you have when you say, "I should win this game," versus "I could win this game." Notice the difference in your tone of voice and body language as well. Should adds pressure and carries an or else with it, while could emphasizes potential and promise. Change the way you talk to yourself and you could find yourself performing better and enjoying yourself more on the tennis court and in everything else. Facing adversity. In ancient India, there was a queen whose feet were very sensitive. She complained constantly about the kingdom's roads, which were rough and rocky. Finally, the queen decided she would have all the roads covered with leather, so that wherever she wanted to walk, her feet would be comfortable. She invited the best contractors to bid on this formidable project. One replied, "I can do the job, but it will cost all that is in the kingdom's treasury." Another said, "I can cover the roads with leather for half of what is in the treasury." Then the queen's old chambermaid whispered to her, "I can do the job for 10 rupees. I'll just strap a piece of leather under each of your feet, and you'll be walking on leather wherever you go." Most people prefer the environment around them to be a particular way. Some people like to work where it's warm and there is background music playing, others like it cool and silent. Tennis players are no different. We know our favorite conditions and weather. When we don't get what we want, we start complaining. My teacher, Ursel Tenzin, gave his students this simple but powerful instruction about complaining. Don't complain, ever, about anything, not even to yourself. There are several reasons we complain about something. First, we'd like someone to do something about it. Obviously, when it comes to the weather, complaining won't change things. Also, we don't think it fair if the conditions don't favor our type of game. A loose clay court or a grass court with a lot of give might not be the best for our style of play, but who said tennis is fair? Finally, we complain to protect our egos. Our complaints give us an excuse in case we don't play well that day. I would have done better if it weren't windy. Complaining only makes a bad situation worse. Focusing on what's bothering you is a distraction that interferes with playing your best. Adapt yourself and your state of mind to whatever you encounter. Accept the conditions and make the best of them. Learn to play in difficult conditions. Practice in the wind, and you'll see a windy day as an advantage rather than a cause for complaint.
I grew up in Dallas, Texas, where summer temperatures are consistently over 100 degrees and the wind never stops blowing. I had no idea how well this would prepare me for a career in which I often played tennis matches in adverse conditions. Temperatures at the Australian Open are consistently above 100 degrees, and occasionally even hotter. At the U.S. Open, played in New York in August, the heat and humidity can be so oppressive that a tennis match becomes an endurance contest. Any tournament played on grass presents players with the challenge of bad bounces, even on the best of courts, as I experienced at Wimbledon. If you really want to succeed, it is worth learning to accept the conditions as they are. As a junior, my parents reminded me that the conditions are the same for both players, and that sometimes you can win just because you are able to accept them better than your opponent. I'll never know if I really was better at dealing with adverse conditions, but I do know that I played more confidently because I thought so. Instead of complaining about the condition of the court or the weather, I try to take a no-complaint attitude. In one tournament, when asked by a reporter if the strong winds blowing that day would bother me, I answered, "Only if it's just blowing on my side of the court."
Body language. There is a direct relationship between your state of mind and how your body feels. When your mind is full of anxiety or fear, your body will get tense and jumpy. When you are disheartened or depressed, your body will feel heavy and sluggish. When you are confident and relaxed, your body will become light and energetic. Your mental state affects your posture. As you watch the late stages of a tennis match, it's not hard to tell if one of the players is playing well and the other is struggling. If you know how your mind affects your body, you'll understand the importance of keeping a positive, confident attitude. If you get down on yourself after an unforced error, calling yourself names, you'll feel more tense and tired. That will lead to more unforced errors and more self-doubt, a cycle of negativity that could cost you game after game. Just as your mind affects your body also has an impact on your mind. Between points, whether the last shot was good or bad, maintain a positive, energetic posture, shoulders back, chin up. Taking a couple of full breaths can make you feel more engaged and ready. No matter how you've been playing, maintaining a confident posture will make you feel more positive, and that will give you the best state of mind for the next point you play.
A young player that I coached was having a very difficult time during a practice match. He was playing poorly, and his body language showed that he was clearly frustrated. We took a short break, and I pointed out that not only was he playing poorly, but his body language was also a problem. It was building his opponent's confidence, encouraging him to play even better, and that was making my player even more miserable. My suggestion was to stop giving his opponent this advantage by showing him how unhappy he was. I told him he needed to fake it till you make it. Keep your chin up and your shoulders back. Carry yourself like a winner. That in itself might shake your opponent's confidence enough for you to turn the tables on him. The result was pleasantly surprising. Within a few minutes of taking that uplifted posture, he started getting better and better, eventually playing in the zone for the rest of the match. Defeating negative expectations. In the crucible of high-echelon professional tennis, I was faced almost daily with difficult matches and conditions. There was also a constant stream of people and circumstances that impacted my confidence. Perhaps the most challenging was the ATP computer ranking system. There was a general expectation that lower-ranked players should not beat higher-ranked players. For example, the 45th best tennis player in the world was made to feel a lack of confidence against any player in the top 20. In a certain way, it was not okay to beat a top-ranked player. For me, the process of developing confidence to beat higher-ranked players involved a lot of mental exercises. These included positive visualizations and inspiring, motivating affirmations, sometimes in the form of notes to myself. One of my favorites was a reassuring reminder saying to myself, "It is okay for me to beat any player, including John McEnroe, Bjorn Borg, Jimmy Connors, and Ivan Lendl." Regardless of the current week's ranking, it was important for me to remember and believe that I was capable of beating any opponent on any given day. In a tournament in Tokyo, I was scheduled to play world number 1 Bjorn Borg. The night before, over dinner, I asked Ivan Lendl if he had any good advice for me. This was shortly after the first time that Lendl had beaten Borg, so I felt the timing was good. "Well, you just rally with him until you get a forehand that you really like, and then you crash it hard, cross-court." I asked, "Then you take the next one and come to the net on his backhand?" He shook his head and said, "No, he doesn't get the forehand back." Lendl was half joking. Was I really supposed to expect that the best player in the world would give me an easy forehand and then couldn't hit a return? The next day, I put Ivan's humorous strategy into play. After all, what else could I do against the world number 1? While I was focused on looking for a forehand that I really like, what I found was an incredible experience of the zone. I wasn't thinking about the fact that I was playing the 5-time Wimbledon champion, or that you don't usually get easy shots against Borg. I was simply trying to see how often I could crash it hard cross-court. After 3 long sets, ending on an extended match-point rally, he missed one more return, and all I could think was, wow, I just beat Bjorn Borg. Relying on unconditional confidence in my abilities didn't give me any more skills than I already had, but it did free me to play up to my own potential Because of that, I was able to record many victories over players who were ranked higher than I was, even world number ones like McEnroe, and in this case, Borg. At your home club, you may also find yourself believing that you should lose to a more successful or highly seeded opponent. Remember, on any given day, you are capable of playing well enough to win.
Make up your mind. Once a man wanted to get to a particular island just outside the harbor. He went to the dock and found that two boats moored next to each other were both leaving for the island at the same time, but taking different routes out of the harbor. Not being sure which would be better, he stood with one foot in each boat trying to decide. He still hadn't made up his mind as the boats pulled away from the dock and started to go their separate ways. Not putting his trust in one boat or the other, he didn't get to the island. He just got very, very wet. Have you ever been caught between two choices as you were about to play a shot? It might be a choice about whether to play a shot down the line or cross court. It might be whether to hit a return with your backhand or to run around it and use your forehand. This can also happen when you're serving. You may have chosen to serve to the far corner, but as you toss the ball you think about smashing it straight down the center line. If you aren't decisive about your choice, if you start to change your mind, there is little to no chance of making a good serve. Why does this occur? Two aspects of mind are involved, the thinking mind and the instinctive mind. The thinking mind sends a message to the instinctive mind, giving it an image of what you want your body to do. But when you haven't really committed to your original plan, the instinctive mind receives two images. It tries to combine them, and that's usually a losing proposition. This confusion happens anytime you haven't really made up your mind before you act. When you change your mind as you're about to execute a shot, you're courting disaster. When you're serving, prepare as well as you can and commit to your plan. That is the only way you'll have a chance for success.
Staying power. Long ago in Japan, a young man came to a master of kendo, the Zen art of the sword, and said, "If I become your devoted student, how long will it take me to become an expert swordsman?" The master replied, "Perhaps 10 years. "That's a long time," said the student. "If I try really hard, how long would it take me?" The master replied, "Oh, maybe 20 years. The student was shocked. "First you said 10. Now you say 20. What if I try as hard as I can?" "Well," said the master, "in that case it will take 30 years. Someone as impatient for results as you are will probably take a long time to accomplish anything." During Ivan Lendl's first year on the tour, we became friends and doubles partners. At the clay court tournament in Monte Carlo, it happened that we were scheduled to play our second-round singles matches on adjoining courts at the same time. He would play against Bjorn Borg, and I would play against Guillermo Vilas. Borg and Vilas were the best two clay court players in the world, so we had our work cut out for us. Over dinner the night before, we discussed our strategies and expectations, a common routine for us. Borg and Vilas had built their clay court dominance on consistency. They played to outlast their opponents, using their ability to commit almost no unforced errors while waiting patiently for the other player to miss. Ivan, already known on the tour as a power player, hoped that he would be able to overpower Borg with strong ground strokes that would force Borg to make enough errors to defeat him. I felt I had no chance to overpower Vilas, so my plan was to beat him at his own game. I would play as consistently as possible and outlast him. Regardless of his reputation, I had beaten him before on hard courts, and that gave me confidence that I could steel myself for a great match against him on clay. Our matches started in the early afternoon on the red clay courts of the Monte Carlo Country Club, and I settled into my rhythm. As expected, Vilas was consistent but not overpowering. I was able to rally effectively, and we had many long points. I was completely focused, playing shot for shot with him, which was keeping the match dead even. Everything was going according to plan. I was playing in the zone and very happy with my game, I was so focused that I hardly noticed the length of the points that we were playing. With the score 3-all in the first set, I became aware of some commotion on the adjoining court. It got my attention because Yvonne and Bjorn were both fairly quiet players. When I looked over, I saw Lendl and Borg near the umpire stand. At first, I wondered why they were stopping. Had one of them gotten injured? But then I realized that their match had ended. Borg had won 6-3, 6-3, and they were leaving the court. How is that possible? Our score is just 3-all in the first set. I checked the clock on the scoreboard and realized that they had finished 18 games and we had taken over 90 minutes to play just 6 games. From that moment on, it seemed that any patience I had for long rallies simply disappeared. Rather than merely observing and accepting this fact, I got self-conscious about how long our match was taking. I tried to keep rallying with Vilas, but my focus was gone, and I alternated between unforced errors and badly executed attacks. The remaining 10 games of my 6-3, 6-1 defeat lasted only about 20 minutes. Vilas had not beaten me with superior forehands or backhands, nor with greater strength or speed. For 90 minutes we had been virtually equal, but we were not equal in our reserves of patience. Dealing with distractions. Wouldn't it be great if you could just play your own game and win every match without ever needing to adjust to different opponents, different conditions, or even deal with your own off days? Unfortunately, no matter how well you're playing, there are many kinds of distractions that can interfere with your play and influence the outcome of a match. When players feel that distractions caused them to lose a match, you often hear them say, "Well, I was really the better player, but..." On the Pro Tour, we learned to expect a full range of distractions. Some were so common that we could prepare for them in advance. Rain delays, bad calls, crowd noise, and ballboy mishaps were regular occurrences, so most players had a strategy to deal with them. I had many matches against the top-ranked tennis greats of my time. As you can imagine, facing a number 1 player was a significant distraction. A torrent of thoughts ran through my mind, from nervousness to anxiety to fear to eager anticipation and excitement. All of these made it difficult to just settle down and focus on my own tennis. One of the world number 1s that I played many times was John McEnroe. I experienced the distractions of all the emotions I described above, combined with his famous temper tantrums and stalling tactics. Every match with John was a major challenge to keep my concentration. But how? My answer was to prepare for his distractions in advance. My coaches and I devised strategies for the kinds of situations that we knew were likely to occur. When I faced John at the U.S. Open, the strategy for dealing with any kind of delay was for me to walk to the corner of the court and quietly repeat to myself, "At some point we will start playing again, and then we'll just see who can make the shots." I used it many times that day, and it did a good job of keeping me from being angry or annoyed. I'm sure that I couldn't have won if I'd wasted a lot of energy getting mad about McEnroe getting mad. Whether in singles or doubles, tennis players of today experience a variety of distractions. Cell phones ringing, opponents taking timeouts for texting, questionable calls, intentional or not, and a variety of bad behaviors can get under your skin. Communication between doubles partners or teammates can also lead to emotions that are distracting to one player or the other. Nobody plays their best tennis every day, so it's really important that your partner's mistakes are not a distraction to you. Here are some strategies that may help you to avoid distractions altogether, or at least minimize the impact if they happen. If you disagree with a call, question its correctness only once and suggest a reversal or a replay of the point. If your opponent insists that the call stand, say, "Okay, whatever you say," and then get ready for the next point. Anytime your opponent starts yelling, gesturing, or stalling, turn your back to the court and take a deep breath or two. You can say a positive affirmation like my McEnroe mantra, then turn around and get ready for the next point. If your doubles partner is having a bad day, first, decide whether or not you can help turn his game around. If so, talk him through it. If not, just accept his level of play and focus on your own game. Hot and cold running tennis. Hot streaks. Momentum plays an important role in competitive tennis. It's a great experience to get on a hot streak, winning most of the points for a stretch of several games. Every bounce and every call seems to go your way, and you feel like your tennis engine is firing on all cylinders. But it's called a streak for a good reason. You suddenly get hot, win a lot of points, most of them quickly, and before too long, it's gone. If you recognize the qualities of a hot streak, you can take advantage of the times when you get on one. They usually only last for a little while, just a few minutes, rather than several games or sets. So when you find that you have the momentum of a hot streak, the smart thing to do is to play as many points as quickly as you can. Keep the pace of play moving without delaying between points. Try to win as many games as possible during that period of time. Here's your opportunity to run up the score, so enjoy the ride while it lasts. Another important lesson is to stay cool when your hot streak ends, as they all do. Only on that rare occasion when you get hot late in the deciding set will your streak last all the way to the end of a match. While you're hot, try to hit as many winners as possible, but when it's over, go back to your original game plan. Enjoy a hot streak when you get on one, but don't count on it to be what you need to win. Far too many players have choked away a match because they panicked when their hot streak ended, feeling like they lost their whole game and any chance of winning. Instead, trust that you haven't forgotten your skills and keep focused on playing your best on every point. Anytime you find yourself playing in the zone, you may well get on a hot streak. Playing against Guillermo Vilas in Zurich, Switzerland, I began the match on a hot streak, serving perhaps the best of my career. I served each point as quickly as I could, winning the first set easily. By the time my streak ended, I was ahead 2 breaks in the second set. I didn't panic at my streak ending. I just turned my focus to playing as steadily as I could and calmly held my serve to close out the match. Cold streaks. When the enemy has gained the upper hand in a battle, delay entering into further engagements as much as possible. Allowing time for your army to regroup provides the opportunity to turn the tide. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Momentum can shift in your opponent's favor, and you can feel like your game has gotten cold. All the close points seem to go against you. What do you do then? The opposite of what you do when you're on a hot streak. Slow down. Unfortunately, the tendency most players have when experiencing a stretch of poor play is to try to get it over with, so you play faster, which only gives your opponent more easy points. Not only do you lose more points, but you're likely to get more upset as unforced errors accumulate, prolonging your poor play. Remember that streaks always end, so don't rush to play more points and don't prolong it by getting in a funk. If you or your partner are on a cold streak, your opponents may feel like they are on a hot streak and try to play faster. Stay within the rules, but take as much time as you can between points, and play the safest shots you can to prolong the rallies. There are 2 benefits to slowing things down. You're playing fewer points, so you lose fewer games while the cold streak is on. Also, the slower pace can let you use your breathing and post-point routine to regain your form. When your cold streak ends and you start winning games, it may be your opponent's turn to panic. In a semifinal at Wimbledon, I watched a female player who had won the first set and enjoyed a 4-1 lead in the second. She had gotten on a pretty impressive hot streak near the end of the first set that had carried her this far, and her opponent's game was nowhere to be seen. Unfortunately, when she missed a couple of shots and her streak ended, she panicked. Instead of realizing that she could easily win the match by trusting the abilities that got her this far to serve out 2 more games, she became an emotional wreck. She lost 11 straight games and the match.
Whether they are hot or cold, all streaks are expressions of momentum. Objectively speaking, when one point is over, The result has no physical influence on the next. However, the emotional qualities of confident aggressiveness for one player and worried defensiveness for the other can last for several points, games, or even the rest of the match. When one player is hot, the other is not. When you are on a hot streak, one missed serve or point doesn't bother you. Your confidence is undiminished. However, when you are in the midst of a cold streak and your opponent is hot, you despair that no matter how well you play, you can't seem to win a game. Take Bill's advice to prolong your hot streaks and shorten your cold streaks. And remember that once a point is done, it's done. The next point could be the start of your next hot streak.
Nothing to lose. Very often, shifts in momentum happen when one player takes a commanding lead. His or her opponent has their back against the wall and nothing to lose. At that point, the player who is behind comes out swinging with freedom and looking for opportunities to hit winners. Facing a furious comeback, the player with the lead now feels like there is everything to lose. The match that looked like an easy win is slipping away. But when the tables are turned and the lead changes hands, the momentum can shift. The player who has taken the lead doesn't want to waste the tremendous effort they used to claw their way back, so they become more careful and defensive. The other player is now the one with nothing to lose, so they ratchet up their game and go on the attack. Even with a big lead, many players find it hard to win that final game and close out a match. The desire to win can make you take unnecessary chances. The horror of blowing the opportunity can make you tighten up, afraid to make a mistake. What's the remedy? First of all, you can't prevent the other player from going all out once they fall behind, but you can be ready for it, so that you don't feel overwhelmed when the intensity increases. Don't let yourself get rushed. Remember, when your opponent gets hot, slow things down and cool them off. Instead of getting defensive, intensify your own play, looking for opportunities to attack. When the time comes to serve for the set or the match, there's no need to go for broke to get it over with, and it won't help to get cautious and tentative. Stick to what has worked well enough to get you to the threshold of victory and slam the door shut.
Handling the pressure. Toward the end of a set or match, when the pressure is on, adrenaline will start to be released into your system. As tension and excitement increase, with adrenaline flowing, everything will be experienced as happening more quickly. It will seem like there's less time to make decisions, it will be harder to get settled, events will move faster. Your actions will also get quicker, your hands will get twitchy. The antidote is to take a few full, slow breaths. An extreme reaction to pressure is choking. It is called choking because there is a physical sense of tightening in your chest and throat, making it difficult to breathe. There's a heightened fear of failure. Anxiety leads to panic, and your game falls apart. You may even feel like you've forgotten how to hold and swing the racket. It's not that you have forgotten everything you know about tennis. Out of fear, you've stopped playing for victory and started trying to prevent defeat. The remedy for choking is very straightforward. Do some deep breathing, get back to your game plan, focus on your routine, and turn control over to your instinctive mind. Then you can experience the opposite of choking, thriving on pressure. You can rise to the occasion and delight in the challenge.
It ain't over till it's over. As I described in Nervous Butterflies, I got into the zone playing Jimmy Connors at Wimbledon. Serving for a 2-1 lead, I felt so confident I could win the match that I started thinking about facing 5-time champion Bjorn Borg in the semifinals. Just the thought of that took me out of my zone. When Connors mounted a comeback, I tightened up and the match got away from me.
If you assume that you've got the match won while there is still tennis to play, you can lose focus and get careless. Maybe even start thinking about your next match. Or you can get too excited thinking, let's finish this off, and try for a winner on every shot. Either way, you're setting yourself up to have the rug pulled out from under you. If your opponent gets on a hot streak and breaks your serve, it can be very disconcerting, shattering your expectations. Ease and flow are replaced by pressure and tension, ruining your composure. Suddenly, an easy win becomes a struggle. So instead of assuming the match is in the bag when you've got a big lead, expect your opponent to mount a furious comeback. That way, you'll never be surprised when they do. On the other hand, if you get off to a bad start or fall behind in a match, you can lose patience and abandon your game plan. If you assume that your opponent is going to win a set, you might give up chasing down returns or try risky shots in desperation, thinking you need to make something happen. But all you make happen is losing more games and reducing your chance of winning. Even if your opponent doesn't keep playing well, you can't win if you beat yourself. Whether you're ahead or behind in the match, it's important to keep your focus as much as possible on your own game, so that what your opponent is doing won't influence you as much. No matter what the score, keep your composure, maintain your intensity, and always look for opportunities to take the advantage. As Yogi Berra famously said, "It ain't over till it's over."
Flip the switch. 4 hours into a grueling U.S. Open quarterfinal, I was ahead 5-3 in the fifth set, serving for the match. I had momentum on my side and was poised to win. I played well, but my opponent still managed to break my serve. To add injury to insult, I also slipped on the court during that game and badly bruised my right hip. As you can imagine, it was very difficult for me to think positively in that moment. I lost 2 of the next 3 games, barely managing to force a final set tiebreaker. As I walked to the back of the court, I realized I was struggling more with my own negative thoughts than against my opponent. Then I remembered to flip the positive thought switch. We are starting a tiebreaker, which means that we are evenly matched so far. In about 10 minutes, this is going to be over, and whoever executes better during that time will be the winner. I'm going to be the one who executes better because that's what I've trained my mind to do. It wasn't by accident that I generated these positive thoughts. Working with my mental coach, I had repeated them to myself hundreds of times during mental rehearsals and before tiebreakers in practice. We knew that maintaining a positive attitude was critical to winning important points. Training my mind to return to positive images was my antidote against self-sabotaging negative thoughts. I could have thought about the misfortune of losing my serve for the match, or the pain in my hip, or the shot I'd just missed, or the embarrassment I'd feel if I choked the match away. But my training helped me flip the switch and turn on positive thoughts before the tiebreaker. 10 minutes later, I had won the match and reached the semifinals of the U.S. Open. When the time came to produce my best performance, I aced it.
The post-point routine. Like most players, when you blast a serve for an ace or smash a winner down the line, you probably give a fist pump or some other expression of positive emotion. That's a good way to reinforce a successful outcome. But you can further build your confidence with self-talk that reinforces your process. Start with, "That's my game," and finish with what you want to reinforce. For example, "That's my game when I free it up," or, as Bill would say, "That's my game when I turn over control to my genie." If your opponent served an ace, reflect on whether or not you could have been in better position or more ready for the serve. If so, set a strong intention to be more ready next time. If not, forget what just happened and prepare for the next serve. Find your spot, take in a full breath, and exhale with a grounding feeling. Get in your stance and keep your weight moving slightly side to side. Focus on your opponent and be ready to react. If your opponent hits a winner, reflect on whether you could have prevented it with a different shot selection or placement. If so, make a plan to adjust. If not, forget about it and ready yourself for the next point. If you made an unforced error but the shot was very close to being a good one, like hitting the net tape or just missing the line, instead of beating yourself up, say, "That was close. If it was a little more of this, just a little higher if it hit the tape, or a little less of that, just a little lower if it was a few inches long, it would have been a great shot. I'll get it in next time." If you hit a really poor shot, use our release, reflect, and replace technique. Instead of getting worked up, take a deep breath to calm down. Release the negative feelings about the shot. Hitting a shot way off target usually means that there was a good deal of mental interference. Reflect on what got in the way and make a strong determination to clear that interference. Then make the swing you would use to replace that last shot. Feel the difference, trust your instinctive mind to incorporate the adjustment for any similar shot, and let go of what just happened. Then get ready for the next point. Part 4. The Path of Improvement. 4 cups. A student came seeking instruction from a Zen master. The master welcomed him in and showed him 4 cups on a table. The master said, "The first cup is upside down. This represents a student who comes to learn but fails to pay attention. His body is there, but his mind is somewhere else. Although he is in the room and hears the voice of the teacher, he isn't really listening. No matter how much is poured, nothing gets in." The second cup is right side up, but has a hole in the bottom. This represents a student who listens to what's being taught, but soon forgets it. He doesn't really take it to heart. It goes in one ear and out the other. No matter how much gets in, nothing is retained. The third cup is right side up, without a hole, but the inside is covered with the residue of what was last in the cup. This represents a student who distorts what he hears so that it matches what he already thinks. When fresh water is poured into a dirty cup, the water is polluted. No matter how much instruction is retained, nothing new is truly learned. The fourth cup is right side up, without a hole and spotless. This represents a student who is present, attentive, and open to learning. Then the master turned to the student and asked, "And which cup are you?"
Most tennis players say that they want to improve their games. I've talked to players about Zen tennis and the importance of the mental game, and many say, "I could really use that." But then they don't want to go to the trouble of taking a lesson, like upside-down cups. Sometimes near the end of a coaching session, before we play a few practice games, I emphasize something to do when faced with a particular shot. During the practice game just minutes later, they have forgotten to do it at all, right through the bottom of the cup. Other times, when a student comes back for a follow-up lesson, I ask about the drills they were to do during the practice sessions. What they describe can be incredibly different from what I taught them. That cup had leftovers in it that polluted the new instructions. When a player is like the fourth cup, he's clearly present, listening, open to new ideas, and ready to incorporate them into his or her game, that's when coaching becomes a pleasure. What makes me happiest is when a student realizes that what we're working on in tennis is a metaphor for life.
Training the mind. Just as you need to work out on a regular basis to develop and sustain your physical fitness, you also need to strengthen your mental muscles and maintain your mental fitness. You need to train your mind. The most basic mental workout is the practice of mindful awareness, which trains your mind to 1. Pay attention to the details of what you are doing. 2. Maintain that attention for longer periods of time. 3. Recognize when your attention wanders elsewhere. And 4. Return to paying attention in the here and now. Through this practice, you will be able to fully experience the present moment without self-conscious judgment of the quality of your performance. You play your best when your body and mind are synchronized. Your body's location in space is always here. Your body's location in time is always now. However, like everyone, your mind is often in the past or future. Obviously, you can only play tennis in the here and now. Getting ahead of yourself or dwelling on the past undermines your focus. The mindful aspect of the practice is being precisely focused on what your body and mind are doing in the here and now, whether you are sitting still or performing an activity. The awareness aspect of the practice is being tuned into the environment in which your thoughts and perceptions come and go moment by moment. Combining the precision of mindfulness and the perspective of awareness, you can return to the present when you wander and be fully responsive to whatever arises in your experience. Although the instructions in this book are sufficient for beginning the practice of mindful awareness, if one wishes to delve deeper, it is important to have personal instruction from a qualified teacher. Taking your seat. Find a place where you can sit undisturbed for as long as you intend to practice. For a beginner, it is helpful to find a quiet place and practice for short periods of time. Until you strengthen your concentration, any hustle and bustle around you will be distracting. When your focus is stronger, you will be able to maintain your mindful awareness while in the midst of a busy workplace, during an intense conversation, or under the pressure of playing match point. While this practice is traditionally done sitting cross-legged on a cushion, most people find it easier to sit on a chair or footstool. If you use a chair, sit in the center of the seat without leaning against the back. It's helpful to have your knees level with or lower than your hips to prevent strain on your legs and back. Your feet can be flat on the floor or loosely crossed in front of you. Taking your posture. Practicing mindful awareness is best begun in sitting position, because when we stand, there is a tendency to move, and when we lie down, there is a tendency to fall asleep. People sit up straight when they're paying attention. That's why we say we're on the edge of our seats when we are very interested in something. Simply taking this position with good posture promotes mindful awareness. Good posture makes it easier to stay attentive and easier to breathe. You'll want your spine to be upright but not rigid. The back of your head can gently extend back and up so that your chin tucks in slightly. To get the proper feeling of this, stand with your shoulder blades and hips against a wall and gently bring the back of your head to the wall. Let your breastbone move very slightly up and forward, while the middle of your back moves very slightly backward and wider. This expansion of your torso takes pressure off your lungs, allowing you to breathe more easily and fully. Sitting up straight but not stiff is ideal, so feel as if your spine is a tent pole and the rest of your body is like canvas hanging loosely from the top of the pole. Let your arms hang straight down from your shoulders and place your hands palm down on top of your thighs just behind your knees. Let your jaw muscles soften, leaving your lips lightly closed. Phases of mindful awareness practice. Please note that persons with respiratory issues should consult a health professional before doing any breathing exercise. Phase 1. Grounding. Having established proper posture, the next step in mind training is the process of getting grounded in 3 stages. First, gently close your eyes. Let any excess tension beyond what you need to hold your posture flow out of your body by mentally scanning from head to toe. With the intention to soften areas of tension, just touching them with your awareness will start to dissolve them, like sunlight melting snowflakes in the morning. Notice any tension in your face, jaw, and neck, shoulders, arms, and hands, chest and shoulder blades, belly and lower back, hips, thighs, calves, and feet. Let the tension you encounter dissolve as much as it will, and feel that it flows down and out of you into the earth. Second, let your mind move down into your core. Most of us feel that our mind is somewhere in the front of our head because much of what we use to engage our world, our eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, are positioned there. With your eyes still gently closed, let your mind fall backward, toward the back of your skull, with the same feeling as letting yourself fall into the back and arms of a big, soft, easy chair. From there, let your mind drop slowly down through your body. Feel that you are settling downward along the front of your spine, like a leaf slowly drifting down to the bottom of a pool, past your throat, heart, and stomach to your deep core just below your navel. The third phase of grounding is merging with the earth through deep, rhythmic breathing. Imagine that as each breath goes out, you sink deeper into the chair you're sitting in. As you breathe in, just stabilize that feeling. Sink deeper and deeper each time you breathe out, eventually feeling like you are merging with the earth. That's as grounded as you can be. Your breathing will become slower and softer as you become more settled and relaxed. Exercise. Having become familiar with the grounding technique, you can use a one-breath version of it on the tennis court before a point. Take a full breath and, as you exhale, feel grounded and ready to move with power and quickness. This will be especially helpful in a stressful situation. Breathe it down and feel the ground is a helpful slogan to say to yourself as you set up for a serve or return. The more grounded you are, the better prepared you'll be for whatever comes your way. Phase 2. Close placement of the mind. When you train a dog or horse, you first need to tame it. You give it a very short leash, holding it close to you so you can pull it back quickly when it starts to stray. You need to tame your mind in the same way. Therefore, this phase of practice is called close placement. By focusing your attention only on your posture and your breath, you keep your mind placed close to you on a short leash. It is traditional to use the breath as the basis for training in mindful awareness. Our breath is somewhat under our control, for only so long, but also happens when we're not thinking about it. It's part of the environment coming into us and part of us going out into the environment. In this phase of practice, you focus your attention on your body as you breathe in and out. Your role is that of an observer, not consciously directing your breathing. Open your eyes halfway so that your eyelids block the upper half of your field of vision. Feel as if you are looking downward into your body, observing your posture and the sensation of breathing. Your gaze is soft, not focused tightly on a spot. Tune in to the sensation of your breathing, the feeling that your torso is filling with air as you breathe in, and then emptying as you breathe out. The practice of mindful awareness includes training yourself in returning to the present moment. At some point, your mind will wander into a series of thoughts, away from your attention on your posture and the sensation of your breathing. When you realize your mind is someplace else, simply say to yourself mentally, "Back to here and now," and return to focus on your posture and breathing without judging or criticizing yourself for wandering. Phase 3. Mindful awareness of sense perceptions. Once you are settled, you can use mindful awareness to connect to the present moment by shifting your focus from one particular sense perception to another: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. Just notice as much as you can without need for mental commentary. With eyes open, soften your gaze to expand your peripheral vision. Let visual details fill your awareness without moving your eyes. Notice shapes, colors, and shades of light and dark. Then, with eyes still open, turn your attention to sounds, near and far, loud and soft, from all directions. Notice that when you are focusing on sounds, you hear things you didn't when you were focusing on vision. Finally, still keeping your eyes open, turn your attention to bodily sensations, the weight of your body on the chair, the texture of your clothes against your skin, your torso moving with your breath, and your heartbeat or pulse. Since sense perceptions only occur in the present, this practice helps you experience staying in the present moment longer than you might have thought possible. Then relax into an open mind, waiting for a thought. Notice how a thought suddenly appears as if from nowhere, lingers for a moment, and then disappears. Then simply be open to the next thought. Let thoughts come and go across your mind, like birds flying across the sky. In the tradition of mindful awareness, the mental recognition of thoughts is just another sense perception. You will discover that when one sense is in the foreground of your awareness, all the others move to the background. The point of this for tennis is that when your mind is not filled with thoughts, you maintain your ability to visualize your target and to feel the rhythm of your strokes. Phase 4. Environmental awareness. Having practiced grounding, close placement, and mindful awareness of sense perceptions, a further component of training the mind is developing environmental awareness, a more panoramic perspective. In this practice, your eyes are again fully open and your gaze is softened. As your breath moves out into the space in front of you, let your mind be open to the environment around you. Your mind can move to different objects of attention, sights, sounds, smells, thoughts, and feelings, as long as they are in the here and now. If your mind wanders into a series of thoughts, when you realize your mind is someplace else, simply say to yourself mentally, "Back to here and now," and return to focus on your posture, breathing, and environment, without judging or criticizing yourself for getting distracted. Continue the practice of opening out and resting in spaciousness with each out-breath. In that way, you begin to get a wider perspective on your thought process. You can experience thoughts and other sense perceptions clearly and distinctly as they arise. In this practice, the difference between being awake and daydreaming is very noticeable. When your mind is in the past, in the future, or wandering somewhere else in the present, you're not awake to your immediate environment. You're off in a daydream, asleep to the direct experience of the here and now. The ideal state of mind is to be as awake as you can be. Don't get discouraged if you find your mind wandering a lot. You can't force yourself to stay in the present. Continue the practice of returning, without judgment, to the objects of your attention in the here and now. Eventually, your mind will settle down. Phase 5. Expansive awareness. The final stage of a mind training session is expanding your awareness infinitely in all directions. It is an extension of the environmental awareness practice. With a very soft gaze, looking straight ahead, rest in awareness of the environment around you. With each successive out-breath, expand the scope of your awareness in stages. Imagine that your awareness opens out to the horizon, then to the sky, and then beyond the sky into space. Finally, imagine that your awareness extends in all directions farther than the farthest star, and rest in that infinite openness for as long as you can. In that state, you are completely open, your mind is limitless, and at the same time, you are as centered as you can be. Phase 6. Closing the practice. Traditionally, each session of mindful awareness practice closes with an aspiration. If you choose to, in your own words, you can say that you will be as mindfully aware as possible throughout the rest of the day or evening. You can also make the aspiration that training your mind will not only make you an improved tennis player, but a more genuine and decent human being, better able to connect in a direct and helpful way with others. Mindful awareness in action. A Zen student was traveling through the countryside. He stopped at the monastery of a master with whom he had studied many years earlier. He was looking forward to having the master see how far he had come in his practice, and that he was now himself a teacher. It was monsoon season, and he wore rain shoes and carried an umbrella. He left them in the vestibule and came into the sitting room to meet the master. After exchanging greetings, the master asked, "Out in the vestibule, did you leave your umbrella on the right or left side of your rain shoes?" Not being aware of how he had left his belongings, the new teacher realized he had further to go in cultivating his practice of mindful awareness. Mindful awareness in action means being completely present and attentive to whatever activity you're doing, and bringing your attention back to the task if your mind wanders. You can practice mindful awareness in many simple daily activities: brushing your teeth, making your bed, getting dressed, setting the table, doing the dishes, sweeping the floor. Any of these is a great opportunity to practice mindful awareness. Drinking and eating mindfully is also good for your health and well-being. When it comes to tennis, practicing mindful awareness in action is very helpful the morning before any tournament round. Do everything in a simple, mindful way. At first it may feel a bit like slow motion. Moving with mindful awareness will set the ideal tempo for your pre-serve routine. You can practice everything leading up to the match mindfully: the trip to the court, lacing up your tennis shoes, taking out your rackets, stretching, and going through your warm-up. Mindful awareness is an opportunity for exploration, discovering subtleties that you may not have noticed before. In Zen tennis, you are simply and non-judgmentally paying attention to what you're doing while you're doing it, being an objective observer of your own movements. This is different from self-conscious action, in which you are watching what you're doing with a critical eye, directing your body to move a particular way, and bringing a sense of judgment and worry to the experience. Ideally, you want to be mindfully aware of every shot you play. You want to be fully present with your movements, but free from self-consciousness. By doing so, you can recognize your patterns, enabling you to reinforce your successes and learn from your mistakes. Exercise. You can practice mindful awareness by applying it to a simple, ordinary activity: drinking a glass of water. Start by sitting in good posture, facing a table with a glass of water in front of you. Establish the intention to mindfully complete this series of actions. Reach out with one hand, pick up the glass, bring it to your lips to take a sip of water, set it down again, and return to your original posture. Do the whole process in extremely slow motion so that you can observe subtle details of your actions without adding commentary or judgment. When you have finished, rest for a few moments, simply being aware of your body and your breathing. Next, repeat the sequence of actions going a little bit faster, still moving slowly enough so that you are aware of and noticing most of the actions. Repeat the process a few more times, increasing your speed until you're moving at a normal pace without losing mindfulness of movements as you are doing them. You may become aware of subtleties in your movements that you never noticed before. You may also discover that you're moving very gracefully, doing everything in a very elegant way. This mindful awareness of movement is the same training that's used in the various martial arts of Japan. My teacher described the quality of moving mindfully with elegance and grace as the expression of art in everyday life. Making changes. As human beings, our nature includes the capacity to learn and grow. As a child, you didn't have to try to get taller. With the right nourishment, it happened naturally. In the same way, you don't need to force yourself to develop your abilities. It's your nature to do so. All you need to do is give yourself the right conditions. Those conditions include confidence, positive attitudes and intentions, non-judgmental awareness, and quality coaching and practice. With those as your environment, your natural tendency will be to improve. You also need to remove any obstacles to learning and performing. Negative self-talk chokes the flow of confidence. Fear, anxiety, and self-doubt create tension that keeps you from relaxing and swinging freely. Getting caught up in emotions of anger, frustration, envy, or depression creates clouds of turmoil that block any flashes of insight. The old motto, "If at first you don't succeed, try again," is only true if you know the right way to try. Unfortunately, the way we try harder at tennis often takes us farther from success. Perfectionism, self-consciousness, and negative self-talk create a downward spiral. The deeper we go, the worse we play. To improve in tennis, or anything else, the best we can do is to recognize that it is our nature to learn and grow, to trust our instinctive mind, and to give ourselves the optimum conditions for our skills to evolve. Be a ninja. A young monk was spending some time each day in meditation and contemplation. He wondered how many of his thoughts during those sessions were virtuous, about doing good deeds, or non-virtuous, about deeds based on hatred, greed, or prejudice. He collected a pile of pebbles and put them in front of himself. He also placed a bowl to his left and another to his right. As he meditated, he would put a pebble in the left-hand bowl when he recognized a virtuous thought. For a non-virtuous thought, he would put a pebble in the right-hand bowl. At the end of the first day, he looked down to see how he had done, and was surprised to see that all the pebbles were in the non-virtuous bowl. Without judging himself, he simply continued this practice, starting over each day. After a few days, the number of pebbles in the two bowls was about equal. After a few more days, almost all the pebbles were in the virtuous bowl. This story illustrates a simple yet powerful technique for changing habits. Based on the principles of mindful awareness, we've developed the ninja system, combining necessary intention and non-judgmental awareness to create the ideal supportive conditions for anyone to learn to change habits gently and naturally. Because you have the inherent nature of basic goodness and awareness, changing your habits doesn't require force. That would be like pulling on the stem of a flower to make it grow. Trust in your basic nature, and all you need is ninja. First, you have to establish your necessary intention. You must truly want to change, to move in the direction you set for yourself. That's also a fundamental of modern psychology, as expressed in this riddle. How many psychologists does it take to change a light bulb? Only one, but the light bulb has to want to change. Next, you need to apply non-judgmental awareness. The awareness that helps change a habit must be non-judgmental, because judging yourself brings in negative emotional energy. For example, you make an unforced error and then beat yourself up for it, and then feel bad about feeling bad. Judging yourself harshly produces the opposite of your intention. Directing non-judgmental awareness toward a habit that you want to change allows you to recognize it sooner and sooner each time it arises. At first, you may only notice it after you've done it. Before long, you can see it as it is happening. Then you can catch it just as it starts. Eventually, even the impulse that triggers the habit will fade away. The combination of factors in the ninja system will work for a wide range of habits that involve your body, speech, and mind. Working with your body, you can change the habit of hitting too many serves into the net. Working with your speech, you can change the habit of negative self-talk. Working with your mind, you can change the habit of thinking about winning the set before the game you're playing is over. Ways to change habits. Make a mark. One way to use the ninja system to change habits is simply counting, like the monk putting pebbles in a bowl. Since pebbles and bowls are a bit awkward on the tennis court, it's better to use a notebook during practice, one you'll also use for tracking your own and your opponent's tendencies. Set your necessary intention by writing the name of the habit you want to change. At the end of each game, make a tally mark for each time you notice the habit appearing. Count the marks at the end of the set without adding negative judgment. You'll be surprised at how your totals change dramatically after very few sets. Here are some examples of the habits you can change by making a mark. 1. Thinking about the future. The final score, the games you have left to play, winning or losing the match or tournament, and what you'll say to friends or reporters. 2. Thinking about the past. Criticizing yourself for an earlier unforced error, mentally replaying lost points. 3. Swinging with a fearful image of what you want to avoid. And 4. Temper tantrums. Calling yourself names, screaming at the umpire, smashing or throwing your racket. Rate on a 1 to 5 scale. There are some habits that can be changed more effectively using a rating scale. First, establish your necessary intention, a habit you'd like to change. With non-judgmental awareness, rate each occurrence on a scale of 1 to 5. To illustrate, you may have a habit of guiding your serves when you get behind in a game. You can rate each serve, assigning a 1 to those that you guide the most, and a 5 to those that you power through impact freely. Over time, you'll see more and more ratings of 4 or 5, meaning freer, more powerful, and more accurate serves. For example, Jane was so afraid of double faulting that she would often make an awkward little dink of a second serve, barely clearing the net, if at all. She applied the rating scale method by establishing her necessary intention to swing at the ball the way she did in drills, with rhythm and freedom instead of protecting against missing. She then rated with non-judgmental awareness how closely her actual serves matched her practice serves on the scale of free, a number 5, versus protective, a number 1. After only one set, she had moved from mostly 1s and 2s to many 3s and 4s, and even the occasional 5 on the rating scale, and was serving better than ever.
Practice being positive. To play Zen tennis, you need to learn mental skills just as much as physical techniques. You need to cultivate good mental habits to replace unhelpful ones. For example, you need to stop focusing on the negative and start accentuating the positive. After the first round of a tournament, I asked one of my friends how his match went. He said, "I played okay, I guess. I made way too many unforced errors." It sounded to me like he'd barely squeaked by. Later that day, I checked the morning results and was amazed when I saw his score. In our conversation, he'd neglected to mention that he'd won his match 6-2, 6-1.
It's easy to focus on the negative and lose track of the positive. We're often our own worst critics. If anything is short of perfect, we give ourselves a hard time. You can use our ninja system to break habits like negative self-talk. The first step is the necessary intention to be less negative. You need to really want to stop beating yourself up. Then apply non-judgmental awareness. Pay attention to what you say after each shot throughout the set. Without judging yourself, that's more negativity. Simply count how many times you make a negative comment. You'll probably be surprised at first, but after a few more sets, you'll be making less and less negative remarks. It's also helpful to focus on the good shots more than the errors. Appreciate the aces and winners you hit. Give yourself compliments, telling yourself that you can hit shots like those anytime. This will reinforce your confidence. After a match, take a little time to reflect on how well you kept your composure and on the good points you played.
More good shots. My mental game coach in college asked me an interesting question, one that I had never considered before. Are there any tennis shots that you simply are not able to hit? After reviewing every type of shot, we concluded that I was able to hit all of the necessary shots to be a professional tennis player. We agreed that the major difference wasn't whether I could hit them, but how often I made them and how often I missed them. Instead of trying to perfect my technique, my new goal was to play with more consistency. The bulk of my training hours shifted from boring repetition of shot drills to mental exercises that were designed to increase my focus and performance quality. Most notably, I increased the amount of time that I spent in mental rehearsals off the court, doing meditations and concentration practices. During college, I consistently put in 60 to 90 minutes per day, 5 days a week. On the court, it was important to strengthen my focus, so I kept track of my results against practice partners in order to increase the significance of each match. The more I took these practices seriously, the more I became aware of other players' casual indifference to their own shot making. They were making mistakes because it was only practice. But I could see that attitude leading to poor performance habits that would carry over into real matches. I was determined not to fall into that pattern. I started to practice more like I played, and that let me play better and better.
When planning a practice session with my players, I make sure they understand the difference between skills practice and performance practice. Skills practice. In skills practice, you isolate a particular shot or stroke and work on each one repetitively. It can even be just one part of a shot or stroke. For example, you don't need your full routine to work on grooving your ball toss for your serve. Toss ball after ball until you feel a smooth flow to your motion, with the ball topping out at a consistent height and location. To work on a particular part of the stroke, like the follow-through, you just focus on that move without concern for anything else. To practice volleying, you don't need to charge the net for each shot. Practice returning shot after shot from just behind the net until you can control the speed and direction of your return. All of these exercises are drills for skills. Performance practice. In performance practice, you should simulate real playing situations as much as possible. Use your full routine for your serve, from selecting the ball to the follow-through. Be sure to include your post-point process. Contests with friends are a very helpful way to simulate actual competition and scoring. Sharpen up your routine by approaching these contests as if you were competing in a real match. To up the ante when you're practicing alone, score your practice. What percentage of first serves go in? Count how many double faults you had for the same number of serves to each service box. In each practice session, try to improve your scores.
Splitting arrows. The book Zen and the Art of Archery recounts the experience of a German student's quest to learn the ways of Zen by studying Kyudo, the way of the bow, in Japan. This powerful story conveys the essence of that practice. The Kyudo master spoke of right shots, which were to be performed effortlessly. He offered, "You do not shoot the arrow. The shot happens by itself. You do not aim at the target. You must be the target, and the arrow, and the shot, all at the same time." The master was patient. For 2 years, the student struggled to grasp the concept, continuing to dwell on mechanical techniques with ever greater effort, until the master determined that it was necessary to give a demonstration. One night, he called the student to the practice hall and prepared for shooting. He turned out the lights at the far end of the hall so that neither of them could see the target. The master then performed his elaborate dance-like pre-shot routine and loosed his shot. Without reaction, he then performed the dance again, and the second arrow whistled through the air. When they turned on the lights to examine the results, they found the first arrow in the center of the target. The second arrow had split the first. After reading Zen and the Art of Archery, I immediately set about learning to hit tennis serves in the style of a master Zen archer. I choreographed every movement. It started with a deep breath standing 3 steps behind the baseline. Only then would I advance to the line in measured steps and lean forward to bounce the ball. 4 rhythmic bounces as I exhaled again, picturing the target in my mind's eye. I was careful never to actually look at the target in case my opponent was watching my eyes. After the 4th bounce, I shifted my weight back and began the serve motion. By now I was on autopilot as I tossed the ball and let my natural rhythm accelerate right through impact. In practice, I used a can of tennis balls as my target. My goal on every serve was to split the arrow. I got the best results when I effortlessly allowed the shot to hit itself without self-consciousness. Eventually, I learned to become one with the target, the ball, and the shot, all at the same time. I found that I could consistently hit serves within inches of my target, and my serve became one of my most effective weapons.
There's a saying in many sports, small targets mean small misses. If your target is the service box in general, miss your target and the serve doesn't go in. If your target is a tiny point 2 feet in from the corner, you can miss your target by a foot on either side and still hit a great serve. Another reason to pick a specific target is that the more precise an image you give to your instinctive mind, the better job it will do of directing your body to produce the shot. Vague target, vague swing of the racket. Tennis players at all levels have to hold 2 paradoxical attitudes. One is a strong belief, the confidence that they will send the ball right to a specific target every time. The other is the recognition that, realistically, even the ball machine doesn't shoot every tennis ball to the exact same spot on the court, so they have to choose targets that allow themselves enough room to play.
Exercise. Set a can of tennis balls in a spot in the service box. Let your body be guided by the image of the target that you hold in your mind. Experiment with placing the target closer and farther from the corners of the service box. Find your comfort level of a precise target that still leaves room around it. Act as if. Long ago in Japan, there was a young man who had trained to be a sumo wrestler. He had the strength and skills to win almost all his matches in practice, but lacked confidence in tournaments and was usually defeated. He went to a Zen master for advice. The master said, "You see yourself not as a champion, but as one trying to be a champion. Spend some time each day imagining yourself to be a great wave. See and feel yourself as that wave, an unstoppable force sweeping away everything in its path. When the time for your match comes, believe that you truly are a great wave and that no opponent will be able to withstand your force." The wrestler practiced as he was told, feeling that he truly was a great wave. He entered into all of his matches with tremendous confidence. With a wave's irresistible force, he pushed every opponent out of the sumo ring and became the undefeated grand champion of Japan. The wrestler's name was Tsunami. During my 13 years as a professional, I often played in the zone, logging wins over many great players. These were times when both my mental and physical game were firing on all cylinders. But there were other times when I struggled with my execution on one type of shot or another. Many high-profile players have had the same experience. I discovered a very reliable solution. I called it acting as if. I would practice executing shots as if I were one of the greats of all time. For example, if I felt like my backhand was off, I'd hit backhands as if I were Rod Laver. After a short session of pretending, I found my backhand returning to form. Make no mistake, just acting as if will not enable you to hit shots that you haven't previously learned and practiced. There is no substitute for the hours of training and repetition that are necessary to develop muscle memory, feel, and timing. But there were many times when even my best skills seemed to elude me. That's when I would use this technique. I discovered that I was capable of hitting any shot in a variety of styles. Each of them came from an image in my mind of a top player whose skill I admired. During different sessions, I would practice John McEnroe volleys, or Bjorn Borg forehands, or Ivan Lendl serves. I had quite a roster of greats whose styles I knew well. On occasion, I would even alternate between players during a single practice session. First Borg, then Agassi for a while, followed by Connors, Becker, and so on. There was a professional tournament in Newport, Rhode Island that was played on soft grass courts. I decided to serve as if I was a player whose signature serve was a low, side-spinning slice. It was a serve that worked very effectively on the soft grass because it would barely bounce, forcing my opponent to hit up at me at the net. Since net play was my strength, I won my serve easily match after match and won the tournament. I became even more creative by not limiting myself to tennis stars. I played overheads while mimicking the body posture and passing motion of a champion NFL quarterback. I'm not sure if anyone watching would notice the subtle differences in my technique when I was acting as if, but the effect on my confidence was dramatic. I am sure my ability to visualize great shots helped me win more than my share of matches on tour.
When you are acting as if, you are no longer analyzing parts of your stroke. Instead, your focus is on mimicking the overall feel and look of another player's shot. Your mind runs your body better through images than instructional thoughts. The more vivid the image, the better the body can perform. Bill's as-if practice added a feeling dimension to the visual image. He could see and feel himself making the stroke that would produce the shot he had in mind. One of the benefits to this approach is that Bill was free of self-consciously giving himself instructions. Instead, he was pretending that it was someone else's stroke. It also enhanced his confidence. Bill discovered that acting as if increased his actual repertoire of shots. Mimicry is a very powerful learning method. Children learn their motor skills almost entirely by imprinting images of their parents. Bill's technique of mimicking the shots of great players helped him regain his form for strokes he'd already mastered, as well as adding subtle variations to those strokes that made him even better. Like the wrestler in the Zen story, picture yourself playing with the relentless force of a tidal wave or hurricane. Spend some time sitting quietly and imagining yourself playing shots as if you were a great player hitting aces, powerful returns of serve, crisp volleys, and precise winners. In practice, mimic those shots in action. And when the time comes, play as if you are that great champion.
Practice big points. The generals who won battles made many preparations at home before the battles were fought, and the generals who lost battles made few preparations beforehand. Thus we know that thorough preparations lead to victory, hasty preparations lead to defeat, and no preparations at all lead to calamity. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Very early in my career, I learned that some points are bigger than others. While it's ideal to try 100% on every point you play, in reality, many matches come down to just a few big points. Break points mean more than when the score is 40-love or love-40. Tiebreaker points are more critical than when it's 1-all in the first set. You want to be the player who wins more of those crucial points. But how do you get good at that? Like most things in life, you will get better with practice. I noticed that many players practice for 2 hours, mostly working on drills and then just playing a few regular games. In the course of that entire practice, they might never experience a single big point situation. In order to simulate big points, you can use tiebreaker scoring. The first player to win 7 points takes the set. You can play a set starting each game at deuce. The first player to win 2 points in a row wins the game. You can start with a server at a handicap, a score of love 15 or love 30, so there is a greater likelihood of playing break points. Playing such games allowed me to experience many big points during every practice session. Gradually, I got used to the feelings that came along with these and started to be less nervous and have more energy whenever I faced them. During tournament matches, I always felt confident on the big points because I knew that in all likelihood I had practiced them more than my opponent and was more ready to rise to the occasion. In competing against the world's best players, the difference between winning and losing consistently is not due to better skills or physical fitness. The victory usually goes to the player who can deliver on the big points. I played a grueling 3.5-hour match against number 1 ranked John McEnroe on center court at Wimbledon. Even though I lost in straight sets, 7-5, 7-6, 7-6, I held set point in each set. Afterwards, I was emotionally crushed at the lost opportunity, but my mental coach helped me to find the positive in the situation. He pointed out that I was only 3 points away from beating the best player in the world, at Wimbledon, on center court. Every day that summer, we would talk about the small mental improvement I needed in order to gain just 3 points. It became my mantra, just 3 points. And I began to believe that I really was capable of playing at the highest level. At the U.S. Open in August, I faced McEnroe again, on center court and on national TV. Once again, he was the top seed of the tournament, and few people gave me much of a chance. After all, who was I to upset the number 1 player in the world on tennis' biggest stage? There were plenty of reasons for me to doubt myself, and during the match, there were the ever-present distractions of McEnroe's boisterous style to contend with. Over the course of the 4-set match, there were numerous delays, arguments, and contested calls. But I had my mantra, just 3 points, and I relied on it during every interruption. That allowed me to keep my concentration through it all, deliver true Zen tennis on the big points, and notch my biggest win over McEnroe. Part 5. The Game of Life. The worst horse is the best horse. The best horse is the worst horse, and the worst horse is the best horse. Zen proverb. When skills come easily, an athlete can get complacent and feel there isn't a need to work very hard to succeed. When there is some struggle involved early on, success only comes if the habits of hard work and discipline are developed. Those habits are essential to continue to grow, excel, and handle the challenges that arise throughout your career. The appearance of talent and skills in a young player can often be misleading. Children develop physically at different rates. Hand-eye coordination and the ability to concentrate also develop at different stages. A few young stars will emerge due to advanced coordination and physical strength. With a minimum of technical skills, they are able to overwhelm their less developed opponents. It seems logical to believe that they will continue to win as they grow older. But these young players can become victims of their own early success because they fail to develop complete games. In time, their peers match their basic skills and early physical maturity. And the late bloomers who had to work harder to develop more refined techniques are now superior players. As a junior player, I was fortunate to have a coach who encouraged me to branch out and learn a wide variety of tennis skills rather than stay in the same patterns that I had already mastered. During the several periods when my game plateaued, I was able to keep progressing and not be surpassed by the other juniors who were still growing. Masters of the sport recognize that they must expand their expertise and competence to include more than great tennis shots. Advanced players also need the physical capabilities, mental toughness, and chess-like strategies that will earn victories over equally talented players. These skills are often developed off the court, both in the gym and in the classroom. If a player doesn't develop a strong work ethic at an early age, everything will be more difficult later on. The players who struggle at age 13 or 14 are often more open to working hard and learning new skills. They don't take anything for granted and are constantly seeking ways to make themselves better.
Is it good or bad? Long ago there was an old farmer living on the outskirts of a little village. He was quite poor, possessing only a small piece of land, a small house in which he lived with his only son, and one horse. One day the horse broke out of the corral and ran away. The neighbors came over to console the farmer. They said, "Oh, this is so terrible. You were poor before, but now you're destitute. What bad luck. This is the worst thing that could have happened." The old farmer shrugged his shoulders and gently said, Who knows if it's good or bad? The farmer fixed the fence and left the gate open. The next day his horse came back and went right into the corral, followed by a whole herd of wild horses. The neighbors came over to congratulate him. They said, "Oh, this is so wonderful! You were the poorest man in the village, and now you're the richest. What good fortune! This is the best thing that could have happened." The old farmer shrugged his shoulders and again said, "Who knows if it's good or bad?" The next day his son was working to tame the new horses. One of them bucked and he fell off, breaking his leg. The neighbors came over and said, "Oh, this is so terrible! Now your son is hurt, the horses can't be tamed, and you have no one to help you harvest your crop. What bad luck! This is the worst thing that could have happened." The old farmer shrugged his shoulders and once more said, "Who knows if it's good or bad?" And the next day, the king's army came through the countryside, taking all the able-bodied young men off to battle where they were almost sure to die. But because the old farmer's son's leg was hurt, he wasn't taken along. So who knows what's good and what's bad?
The golden set was the ultimate example of a bad situation turning into a good one. I was up against so many obstacles going into the match, not being able to use the new rackets I'd brought, having to use rackets I hadn't practiced with in over a month, hitting the ball terribly in my warm-up, and not having enough quiet time before the match to prepare. Not to mention that we were playing on clay, which was not exactly my favorite surface. From one of the worst pre-match preparations I've experienced came one of the best outcomes ever. On the other hand, I rose to number 23 in the world rankings at the age of 20 after only 8 months on the tour, which I thought was something really good. But as it turned out, my early success had much to do with being an unknown quantity to the veteran pros. Once they figured me out, my ranking dropped all the way down to 95. It took me several years of hard work to climb back and eventually break into the top 10. If you play competitive tennis long enough, you will experience countless what-ifs. What if I had hit more shots to his backhand? What would my career be like if I had won? What if... Beginning in the National Junior Championships at Kalamazoo and continuing through a 13-year professional career, I lost dozens of matches in which I held match point. At the time, every one of them was a crushing disappointment. Some of them might have been career-changing had I managed to close out for the win. Reflecting on my match with John McEnroe at Wimbledon, I was depressed that I had lost in straight sets, although I held set point in each one. Although I was discouraged at first, I experienced a shift in attitude because of this thought. If I was just 3 points away from beating the world's #1 player at Wimbledon, maybe I'm getting pretty close to my goals. Maybe if I work just a little harder. 8 weeks later, I beat John at the U.S. Open. I'm sure that some of my improvement was the result of my new attitude. The experience has also helped me through a number of challenges in my business and in my life since retiring from tennis. As a financial advisor, I've weathered major crises in the markets over the years. My tennis experiences helped me to maintain a positive attitude and emerge stronger from each disappointment. I have a wonderful family and a successful business, so perhaps losing at Wimbledon wasn't so bad after all.
Accept who you are. Once there was a lion cub that wished he were as big and strong as his father. But he didn't want to wait until he grew up. So he tried to imitate his father in every way he could. The father lion walked with big, slow steps, so the cub walked in what he thought were the same big, slow steps. His father roared a great roar, so the cub made the sound that he thought was a great roar. Then his father jumped across to the other side of a deep ravine. When the cub tried to imitate him, he tumbled down and down until he plopped into the bushes at the bottom, a bit bruised in both body and pride. Ambition is a powerful motivator. It is a key element of progress toward any goal, but it is a double-edged sword. It can be dangerous if not channeled and directed properly. With ambition comes urgency, which often creates tunnel vision. In your urgent quest for improvement, you might fail to notice the messages your body is sending you. If you don't recognize your body's limitations, you can push yourself too hard and get hurt. Being overly focused on results can make you blind to the pitfalls on the path to progress. You can be so intent on beating your personal best at lifting weights that you disregard the crunching sound that came from your back on the last lift. It was probably nothing, you tell yourself, but that nothing could set your training back 6 months. Even worse, it could land you in the hospital.
When I began training with Ivan Lendl full-time, he was already ranked number 1 in the world. He was known for raising the bar of physical fitness in tennis, capable of workouts far more rigorous than other players. I was enthusiastic about keeping up with him and pushed myself to match his efforts. Unfortunately, that lasted only 2 days, when I found myself physically drained. After resting for a day, I came back, determined to redouble my efforts. The results were no different. 2 more days, and I was totally exhausted. At that point, Ivan offered a little friendly advice, with his wry sense of humor. "Bill, you have to accept that you are never going to be in as good a shape as me, just as I accept that I will never be as old as you." My first reaction was to feel insulted. After all, I was a professional athlete. I felt that anything was possible, even reaching the same level of physical fitness as Ivan Lendl, if I worked hard enough. But he patiently explained to me that he had begun his physical training several years earlier and thus was already well ahead of me. Ivan said that he was training at a pace that would maximize his progress without risking injury. Thus, if I were to work harder than that in order to catch up with him, I would likely injure myself and be set back even further. He suggested that I view our physical training as an escalator, with him a few steps ahead of me, both of us rising steadily at the same pace. If we both trained at maximum efficiency, we would make similar gains for as long as we continued to train together. Only if he stopped progressing would I be able to move those last steps closer to him. After I set my ego aside, I realized that he was right. The best way to outpace my opponents without hurting myself was to follow his suggestion. I discovered that the most important factor in improving my physical conditioning was the discipline required to follow a gradual program that allowed me to progress continuously and safely for a long period of time.
Imitation can be dangerous, particularly if you choose an inappropriate role model. A beginning tightrope walker had better not start with a rope between 2 rooftops. It's a better idea to start with a rope that's only 6 inches off the ground. Bill's story also points out the importance of a coach, because sometimes we don't recognize that we are banging our heads against a brick wall. Ivan was kind enough to offer helpful advice to Bill. Sometimes you need someone to protect you from yourself. As Bill realized in his training with Ivan, you can't pretend to be other than you are. Accept where you are and begin your progress from there. Trying too hard to progress too fast will only get you hurt. Emulation, not imitation, is the best way to proceed. By emulating Ivan's training program, Bill may not have caught Ivan, but he outpaced everyone else. More curious than afraid. This is a true story from Start Where You Are by Pema Chodron, about an episode from the history of Southern California in the early 1900s. A Native American man, the only surviving member of his tribe, had been hiding on an offshore island for some time. He was discovered and brought to an anthropologist at a nearby college, who befriended him and took him under his care. His name was Ishi, and the anthropologist taught him English and many things about the modern world, while learning as much as he could about Ishi's tribe and their way of life. One day the anthropologist wanted to take Ishi to San Francisco. They went with some friends to the station to get the train. As it pulled into the station, Ishi slipped quietly behind a column. As the others were boarding the train, they noticed him peeking around the column, and they motioned to him to come along. He slowly came out and climbed aboard with the others. Later, the anthropologist asked him how he enjoyed the train ride. Trains of that era belched smoke and made a lot of noise. Ishii and his tribe thought trains were iron monsters that roamed the countryside and ate people. The anthropologist expressed his surprise that, even though he thought the train was a monster, Ishii got on board with little more prompting than a wave from his friends. "How did you have the courage to do that?" he asked. "Well," said Ishii, "since I was little, I was taught to always be more curious than afraid." You may find yourself about to break through to a new level of accomplishment when fear gets in the way. It could be a fear of failure, or it could be a fear of success. The fear of failure carries with it a strong feeling of anxiety that grows as the match progresses. If you give in to it, you'll find a way to sabotage yourself. There's no anxiety if you have no chance of winning, so you might put yourself in a hole early by losing the first few games of a set. That way you won't have the high anxiety of a close match that you might lose at the very end. You succeed in avoiding the anxiety, but you never give yourself a chance to win. Fear of failure is also a way of protecting your ego. If you try your hardest and still don't succeed, you might feel devastated. You might believe that doing your best is still not good enough, and your sense of self-worth can take a beating. The fear of success can arise from anticipating what will happen if you win. You might think that if you win a big match, people will expect you to win all your matches. That's obviously unreasonable, but even so it makes you anxious about the future. You'll undermine your success to avoid the disappointment you anticipate. Like Ishii, you can take an attitude of curiosity and courage about the future instead of fearing what you might encounter. Facing challenges this way will help you go beyond your fears and give you the opportunity to take your game to the next level. As the saying goes, life is like a turtle. If you don't stick your neck out, you never get anywhere.
Following the herd. Don't believe something just because the experts tell you it is so, or because many people believe it. Test it for yourself against your own experience to discover if it is true for you. From the Teachings of the Buddha. Tony Giamalva and I won every national junior doubles tournament we partnered in, becoming the top-ranked doubles team in the nation. We had intended to continue our partnership at Trinity University, but I won the NCAA singles championship as a sophomore and turned pro before Tony arrived for his freshman year. In the early part of my professional career, it was very unusual for the top-ranked players to play doubles. Jimmy Connors, Bjorn Borg, and Guillermo Vilas all played singles exclusively. One of the mistakes of my youth was that I followed this trend, somehow believing that if I didn't play doubles, I would be a better singles player. I was capable of some serious rationalization. I wasn't alone. Many of my peers behaved as I did, mostly to our detriment. Doubles matches are very helpful in developing mental toughness and strategy. We missed out on those valuable match experiences that could have helped our games. We did fare better than a future generation of juniors, however. Superstars Pete Sampras, Andre Agassi, Jim Courier, and Michael Chang all skipped college to go straight to the Pro Tour. Hundreds of promising 18-year-olds took them as role models and followed their lead. With nothing but junior rankings, and having played almost no matches against professionals, they elected to pass on the college experience completely. Unfortunately, they and their parents overlooked the fact that those 4 champions were prodigies. They had already held their own against pros in Grand Slam events before making that decision. By turning pro so early, the herd followers missed out on the match experiences and maturing process that playing college tennis provides. These are benefits that would have helped them to develop as competitors. Of these juniors, very few excelled in pro tennis, most failing to even reach the top 100 in the rankings. Worse yet, they were all left without a college education to fall back on after they failed to make it on the Pro Tour.
Limited thinking limits us. Seeing only one way to do things reduces the possibility that it could be done better. Doing something because that's the way most people do it leaves no room for innovation. Just because something works for a top player or many top players doesn't mean it is the best thing for you. Cross-training can be a valuable practice method. Engaging different muscles and different parts of the brain was originally thought to be a detriment to performance. Training was totally sport-specific. Quite to the contrary, research now shows that training in multiple disciplines is beneficial to one's primary sport. Even spending some time practicing your own sport with your less dominant hand or foot is shown to lead to improvement overall. In the same way, playing doubles contributes to sharper focus, clearer thinking, better communication, and quicker reflexes. This will only make your singles play better.
Perseverance predicts. Junior tennis can be a wonderful opportunity for young people to learn many valuable life lessons that will help them as adults. With proper guidance from parents and coaches, they can develop discipline, teamwork, and perseverance. Many aspects of adult life are intensely competitive, and tennis can be a great, safe environment in which to learn constructive ways to deal with adversity, injustice, and other challenges. Early successes are fun and great for self-esteem building, but the tough losses provide the opportunity to develop character and personality traits that will make for a very happy, successful life. Unfortunately, it is all too common for parents to respond to their children's losses with extreme negativity. This can be damaging to a young person's self-esteem and can make a lasting impression. The importance of positive, healthy guidance from parents and coaches cannot be overstated. In retirement, I've had many opportunities to watch young players who are talented and full of potential. Naturally, their parents are very anxious to hear that, in my expert opinion, as a former top 10 champion, their child is destined for fame and fortune on the Pro Tour. It is fairly easy to predict the future for many of these juniors. My prediction is not based on talent, athleticism, or hand-eye coordination. These traits are fairly common, and there are thousands of very young players around the world who can hit impressive, powerful tennis shots. There's nothing special about boys or girls who can do this at an early age. The more reliable predictor has nothing to do with their physical capabilities. It is how they react when they miss shots or when things go poorly. I've seen many juniors come and go through my hometown of Los Angeles. What has happened to them ranged from quitting the game at age 16 to becoming a solid college player to success on the Pro Tour. The common trait in those who make it the farthest is a positive attitude in times of difficulty. That positive attitude is evidence of a sound work ethic, an eagerness to learn, strong perseverance, and a willingness to keep trying until they finally succeed.
Let go of the past. Once there were two monks walking along a path through the woods. When they came to a stream, they encountered a young woman dressed in fine silks, unable to get across without ruining her clothes. One of the monks offered to carry her on his back. She climbed on, they all crossed the stream, and on the other side he set her down. She thanked him, and the two monks continued on their way. The monastery to which these monks belonged had a rule prohibiting them from touching women. The other monk was horrified that his brother in the order had broken this rule and was agonizing about it as they walked. He thought, how could he violate his vows like this? Will he confess? Should I tell the abbot? Will they throw him out? Will I get in trouble too? Why did he put me in this situation? And he got more and more upset. Finally, after they'd gone about a mile, he stopped abruptly and shouted, "How could you do that?" "Do what?" asked the first monk. "How could you touch that woman?" "Oh, her? I set her down when we got across the stream. Why, my brother, are you still carrying her?" Like the monk in this story, when we get upset by something, we can carry it with us for a long time. It's as if we can change the past by replaying it in our mind with a different result. It's all too common for a player to make a mistake on a point and then be very distracted for several points or even games afterward, still kicking himself over the mistake. By the time he gets over it, he'll be digging himself out of a hole to try to get back in the set. Being caught up in the past makes it impossible to do your best in the present. Let go of any unforced error as soon as you can. When a point is done, it's done. Focus on the only point that matters, the one you're playing now. My teacher gave me a 4-part remedy for regret. 1. Acknowledge what happened and take responsibility. 2. Learn from it and do what you can to repair any damage. 3. Make the adjustments needed to prevent it from happening again. And 4. Then let go and don't waste another moment on it. Never give up. Discipline is connected with how to become thoroughly gentle and genuine. It shows you how to make the journey and guides you in the way of the warrior. It is unwavering and all-pervasive. To be a warrior is to learn to be genuine in every moment of your life. The warrior never gives up. Venerable Chögyam Trungpa in Shambhala, The Sacred Path of the Warrior. Kanjuro Shibata Sensei was the 20th in a lineage of the official archers and bowmakers for the Emperor of Japan. He was the recognized master and most revered instructor of Kyudo, the martial art of Zen archery. When I studied Kyudo with him, he presented the code of conduct that is the foundation of all martial arts training. He taught us 3 basic points of the samurai code. Listen. Genuinely listen to the needs and issues of others. Do your best to understand them impartially, not colored by your personal preconceptions. Free yourself from asking, "What's in it for me?" By listening, you can recognize what they actually need from their side. Help. Use your time and energy to help others as much as you can. However, help that is conveyed as an imposition on someone else is not received as an act of compassion. It is experienced as an act of aggression. Based on what you have heard and observed, offer what is truly needed rather than your version of what would be of benefit. Never give up. Be tireless in your commitment to your own development and to helping others to be the best they can be. One of my meditation teacher's favorite sayings was an elaboration on this last point. Never give up, never give in. Never give in to feelings of self-doubt, pettiness, arrogance, or resentment. Never give up on the inherent basic goodness and worth of yourself and others. These principles provide a tried and true path that will benefit you in all aspects of your life. Keeping them in your heart will help you get out of your own way, allowing your potential to be realized and your best to show up time after time in tennis and in life. Beyond hope and fear. In tennis and in everything you do, you have choices. The most fundamental choices have to do with the way you see your world, where you direct your energy, and how you respond to what happens to you. As your awareness increases, the scope of choices available to you will expand beyond what you previously thought possible. It is possible to choose to encounter your world beyond the reference points of hope and fear. You can go beyond hope and fear when your reference point for confidence is an unconditional belief in yourself rather than the quality of your latest performance. When you can take a big perspective, it is easier to maintain your sense of humor and not take yourself too seriously. You can go beyond hope and fear when your reference point for success is the quality of execution of your actions rather than how the match eventually turns out. You can perform your best when you trust your instinctive mind and free yourself from worry about results. If you gave it your all and played your best on every point, then you've won your personal golden set. It is our hope that Zen Tennis has helped you connect with the joy that comes from playing tennis and living with confidence and freedom. We hope it has helped you get out of your own way and freed you from whatever keeps you from performing your best on the tennis court and elsewhere in your life. It is our wish that you are now able to use what you learned here to access your ultimate potential and capabilities. That Zen Tennis will help you to feel that point after point, game after game, set after set, and match after match, you are playing in the zone.